You didn't lie? Yeah, you did. Because there is no DF hack patch on Steam. There was a patch yesterday, unrelated. Straight to jail. Shame. 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 No, that's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, let's figure out what kind of fort we're gonna build, chat. Yeah, the reason I stopped the last one was I just got bored. Like, it was literally just that simple. I just plain old got bored. But I will probably keep playing in this world. What's the word? I'm going to keep playing in this world until, oopsies. That dinosaur update releases, I think. So we've got Violent Hunger, which is destroyed. And we've got After Casket, which is destroyed. Do we want to keep playing this faction? The Dipped Volcano. Another idea is I could play one of those super dead factions and start on this island. Because there is some super dead factions. If we wanted to do something in a different part of the world. I mean, let's look. There's the Bolt of Contests. Because, like, the game now is more focused on, or it takes more, how do I put this? It takes your weird citizens into account a little more. So we could do a, you got Yellowstone over there, that's true. So we could do more of a, like a visitor-focused or permittent fort with a pretty dead faction. So there's the Channel of Crests or the Laborious Wall. Oh, no, not the Laborious Wall. The Bolt of Contests or the Channel of Crests, if we wanted to do that. No, it's never been. Unless somebody happens to topple it, which, actually, no, you can't. And because I can't topple it, yeah, no. If it's constructed and placed in the ground, it cannot be stolen because it can't be toppled. Maybe not giant, but tavern open to all. Even if it's just like a little settle near enemies and piss them off, a little survive. Surviving would be questionable. I mean, we could settle down here somewhere in this fucking garbage mess. Although this all seems to be Untamed Wilds, which would be difficult. I'm not sure I want to do Untamed Wilds, to be honest. So there's that mess, which I've been calling Goblin Australia. I kind of want to, I would want to settle near humans though, because that's where you get all the interesting. Oh, this is neat. All of these like human settlements have settled partially on volcanoes. Oh, that's pretty rad. Silver Copper. What are you over here? Just looking at the different areas around. Because there's this, these Dwarven Helixes, but I don't know who they belong to. Okay, so that's the Laborious Wall, I guess? Maybe they're the North Guilds. Yeah, so some of these are owned by the North Guilds. Do the Dipped Volcano? Yeah, the Dipped Volcano have some of them too. As for all the way up here, these I don't know about. Oh, these are human helixes? Oh, interesting. Lavish Fort? I mean, I don't know how long a Lavish Fort with a public tavern would last. I don't know why I'm looking at so many volcanoes. I don't really need to settle in a volcano per se. All I know is that it's a visitor fort, right? This area is like convenient because there's a bunch of goblin pits that are all owned by humans. And a bunch of human stuff around here. There are 4,000 goblins in the general vicinity. What's this look like? I'm always fascinated by volcanoes that border... Okay, chat, I need you to do me a huge favor. Go open Legends and look up Shells Scar the Icy Crack. I want to know what lives in Shells Scar the Icy Crack. Because, like, that's one, just a funny name, but also I'm just kind of curious, like, actually. Like, is that worth settling on? Also, speaking of, this is pretty cool. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4. So a 5x5 could do that. Right here. You could settle with that little creek and not. Same with that. So that's pretty interesting. Although if we wanted to not do something on a volcano, like that could be pretty cool. This has got iron, gold, silver, copper, and we could be right next door to the soul puzzle. I think I just kind of want to know what this looks like, which is right up here. One troglodyte died of old age. Well, that's disappointing. I just want to know what this road looks like. Kind of a little bit jaggedy. I guess I was hoping that this would be a little bit of a smoother river, but... Oh, wow, that, that is a wild road. Man, that would make some places in, like, China sweat. The road just, like... You know... Human engineers that talk about potholes. That road is a giant pothole. Gotta love the kiwi cocks and the alligator snapping turtles. I don't know. I'm not totally sold on that spot. There's a few other spots I want to check though around that area. I mean, I made a repeating minecart lava launcher in the last fort I did. Idle villager. But yeah. This one. Hello, Jesus. If you haven't seen it yet, exclamation point patch, go watch it. Go watch the video that Tarn released. The worst artifact I've ever gotten? I don't think there's such a thing as a bad artifact. I mean, like, a lot of people's definition of worst artifacts are the ones that are, like, not a weapon. So I think that really depends on what you define as worst. I think, to me, the worst artifacts are whichever ones don't have a sprite associated with them. Hy-Vee in YouTube chat. I'll see you in 5, Jesus. There's also a video associated with them, so do watch the video. It's like 3 minutes. I'll make a video about it tonight, but... I do recommend. You just can't use it in a magma forge. We had a, we had an artifact anvil in the last one. Was it a silver anvil? I don't know. That's not useless. You can use it as part of a workshop. You just can't use it in a lava workshop. Where's that other one that was neat? This is just a volcano, but I want to know what this looks like. Mostly because... Okay. The disaster in the great volcano in the 5th of Granite early spring 239. Just trying to go all the way to the bottom here. Aw. I was hoping it would go straight to hell. Rawful indeed, yeah. A wizard did it. That's all I got. How do I keep finding volcanoes? Because I generated a world with like a ridiculously large number of volcanoes. That's a pretty deep world, too. Bridge over the volcano failed. Correct. Yeah, I don't really want to settle here. The last fort didn't have an aquifer, and I want one with an aquifer. I just wanted to know what that would look like. And it was notable. I mean, artifact scepters are quite useful because you can satisfy nobles very easily with them. Like, you can, if you really want to, like, make your mayor way happier, just, like, assign a few artifacts to them, and those can be carried around. So they're hard to steal because they carry them around, and they're, I don't know. I guess I have a very different definition of what's useless than chat. Because there's some people who just say, like, if an item can't be used, it's useless. To me, an item is useless if I get nothing mentally out of it. So, like, if it has no sprite, usually. Or, like, if it's a cool weapon that my dwarves can't use, as an example, is annoying. It's a good use for really high-value mood items. A dwarf made a wood scepter with gems, and they... In your run, and it's worth about 16k, too valuable to sell. If you open up the noble screen and you click on the little crown with a plus, you can assign it to a noble and they'll carry it around. Otherwise, you could put it on a pedestal inside of an area and it'll massively increase the value of that room. The bewildering hole. All right, what lives in the bewildering hole? There's so few aquifers in this world. It's goddamn annoying. If anybody still has Legends open, you can go look up the bewildering hole. The hell of meandering. Okay, I'm just looking at names now. Speaking of volcanoes. Now this would be completely different. I wonder what lives on a Joyous Wilds glacier. Like, genuinely. I know that evil glaciers have, like, ice, like, blizzard people. The godforsaken frost. What a good name. So does the Hydra still live in the bewildering hole? Woolly unicorns? That's an image. Still there and murdering? Does it have any family? I'm seeing this. It's like nearest site, 3 days travel west, humans. A day's travel north, 20,000 goblins.
That spot. No. Down in. No. Scroll right. Ah, forget it. Happy Patch Day chat.
Clina, how you feeling about the Tarn video? I had to confirm the name of the cat, which I'm pleased to inform everybody that his full name is Gustifer. How does the edge of the work map? Is the dwarf Earth flat? It's just the world stops. It's just like a wall that you can't pass. It's not. It is like just a flat square. Yeah, so the map just ends. No family looks, some pops consider the Hydra a god. I mean, let's see if it's there. Could be like a tourist attraction. Although, actually, let me just check something. Blank! Thank you much, Very, for the 5-pack of gift subs. That is extraordinarily kind of you, dude. Wrong, chat. Unless there's also a dragon. But, like, I have no way of checking. And it's, like, just south of us? Like, where is it, actually? Yeah, he's literally, like, right there. He's a branded taxed sizzle? From a single gift? Like, the most subscriptions I've ever got from, like, a single, like, fire? 100. Fully played. But there was one time where one individual did 106 times in one day and then came back the next day and did another 3. But that was years ago. It was a wild day. And then told us the next day that he was doing it because his mother-in-law died, which is like the most what thing I've ever encountered in a Twitch chat. You haven't seen the new art for dragons yet? What, like their profile pics? In the way they made it sound is they were happy this person had died. I don't know exactly, but it's one of those weird questions to ask because it always makes it sound like I'm significantly more well off than I actually am. But I'll put it this way. I greatly appreciate the subs because it has been a very slow couple of months to the point where I've been getting like cold sweats about finances recently. So thank you, chat. It is in fact a dragon. I mean, if I leave the game unpaused, it'll probably eventually come over and kill us, but it doesn't know that we're here at the minute. I'd be cool with just settling on a dragon. I don't know how long it'll last. What do we think, chat? Although, here, let me just, because I don't actually have access to DFhack at the moment. I'm just going to go here. This might just make the dwarves attack the dragon, but let's see.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
The dragon? That's wild. I just want to see if there is actually... Oh, it won't be that hard. It wouldn't be that hard to survive the dragon, trust me. Like, it wouldn't be easy. That's very much true, but surviving the dragon wouldn't be the craziest thing. Pryton Thulu, thank you very much for the brand, or the second month of Prime. I read that as first month. We've got Letrog. Oh, what's that? A mudstone crown, hey? I don't think catching it would be as difficult as chat seems to think it would be. There's also coal down there. That's useful. I'm just curious if there is actually a Hydra in here. Because if there is, it's a tower cap earring. It grows wrong, messy, and fast. Oh yeah, no, I mean, if the dwarves decide to aggro it, we're already dead. I don't think that there's a Hydra here. I think it left. Yeah. It's just the dragon. Well, they usually go down to the first cavern layer, and then there's usually some more items down there like this. Creatures of Twilight. And now you're trying to murder a troglodyte. That's not very smart. Cave dragon bone? Okay, I kind of want to settle here. Because this would be a fun place to settle as, like, a lost faction, and then try and turn it into, like, some sort of attraction, you know? Maybe the dragon killed the Hydra? It would say that the dragon killed the Hydra. I mean, probably what happened, actually, is the... Yeah, no, it would say, which it didn't. It doesn't. I think what it is, and this is just my assumption, is that the Hydra moved out during the load screen somewhere, and the dragon moved in. That, or because I settled all the way to the corner like this so that I have the mountain in this side, the Hydra is like right here. Like half a tile to the left, which is entirely possible. Or the Hydra's rating. Yeah, the Hydra could just be off map at the minute. This is the same world. I've not generated. I'm probably going to keep a new world until that dinosaur update that Tarn announced releases. Because I'm quite attached to this world at the moment. Metroid John in YouTube chat. Yeah, I think... Okay, so we're going to play the same world, but a different faction. And... Or we could play the same faction. I don't know. It's up to you guys, really. I don't know. What do you guys think is more interesting? Playing as a dead faction in the same world and building a tavern, or playing as the same faction and building a tavern, but just really far away? Because, like, we do have really far reach after that last fort, because I was sending out messengers and making demands left and right at the other end of the world. So people would know that that faction is alive. It's kind of not possible to rebuild a dead faction, truly, Freeways, unless you do some shenanigans, which I'm not really interested in doing. I'm kind of like neither here nor there on it, but if chat wants the dead faction, we can do that. Because there's only one population in the dead faction, which is the Bolt of Contests. I mean, playing the other faction. So the other faction that I've played is After Casket, which is the 10-year vampire video, and which just broke even, by the way, like this past weekend. So yay, I can start making money on that video. And then Violent Hunger was the one that we just finished. So if we played as that faction is at war with a lot of stuff. But they also have very far reach. They literally have contact with every single major settlement in the world. So that's one option. But the other option would be the Bolt of Contests, who historically were pretty close. They were originally right here. But they've been destroyed by these humans and those goblins and these humans. But I could see like a fun story of just like a group of refugees from the Bolt of Contests going over here and settling here. I'm also going to try something real quick. I'm just going to increase this to a 5x5 and do the same embark. And I'm curious if the Hydra shows up. Actually, why don't I just do a 5x5 and just plop it right there? Because I want to know if the Hydra is actually on the map. Everyone died, so they go and open a bar. Logical course of action. My whole family's dead. Time to make a dive bar. A new career. Yeah, it seems to just be the dragon. I mean, you guys could look it up, because the faction is called the Bolt of Contests. You could go look up the Bolt of Contests and find out. A really big quality of life patch released. It's a Hydra in disguise. It's a Hydra, but somebody chopped half of its heads off, or all but one of its heads off. It's a disabled Hydra. It doesn't grow them back. Clino, have you seen any babblings about a DF hack update, out of curiosity? Because I would like to be able to export legends, so check and look. But here, I could go look it up in standard legends. Hey chat, somebody tell me the name of that tomb. Totally forgot it. Where we thought the Hydra was. The last surviving dwarf of the Bolts of Contests. The bewildering hole. Well, it is pretty bewildering. I mean, the Hydra currently... Yeah, okay, by all counts, it should still be there. Will it be a culture fort? I don't really know what that means. 2 seconds, chat. I need to top off my insulin. Is a little high. Oh, a lot of different races joining the fort. I mean, that's kind of the curiosity because a lot of the quality of life stuff is surrounding that kind of playstyle. Although, I do wonder about that cave because it is kind of in the middle of nowhere. So, like, I wonder how many visitors we'd actually get. It is just a fun location, though. But where does the king live currently? Does it say? Hey, says that it'll be a plug and chug update because they were careful to do the new feature in that release the other day. Yeah, okay. Well, that's good. I don't know what a plug and chug release is, but I guess that means like a plug and play kind of thing. I do think that the coolest update, by the way, to those of you who haven't looked at it yet, go open the work orders screen. just go open it. Go look at the work orders screen, because the work orders screen is significantly more useful than it was. I don't know. I would like to be really close to a lot of humans. Humans and or elves. And the reason I say that is because, like, here's a little far. Okay. Humans are 3 days travel to the west. I don't know. Would that be too far to travel for... for a remote tavern? I don't know, chat. Because I want visitors. And the nearest ones are there, and they'd have to go up and over this, basically. Your worlds always get rejected. Literally, if you just want a lot of volcanoes, don't change anything. Scroll down until you see minimum number of volcanoes and then hit the up button a bunch of times. I think the minimum default is like 2. You can get that in like a large world up to like 250 without the game breaking. I mean, it'll reject more, but like, I think this world had like 400 something rejections before it went through successfully. Ice Tavern? Well, I mean, it's just tundra, so no, not really. Ice would need to be on one of the glaciers, like down here or over here. But that doesn't even have any, like, reasonably close locations, so no, it wouldn't be an Ice Tavern. I mean, if you guys want like a surface tavern thingy, then I kind of shouldn't settle over there. If anything, I should settle like over here or something. Goblin Fort. Huh. Because there's also like... Okay, what lives in creep sewers? I mean, if it's Untamed Wilds, it won't be a surface tavern. What lives in creep sewers aside from, like, the T-virus and some Resident Evil enemy? How do you manage to keep your dwarves happy in regards to eating a good meal? Most of your forts, eating a good meal is a big unmet need for many dwarves, regardless of how many lavish meals you cook? I don't know. I make fancy meals out of food that's available and make sure that it's accessible in specific stockpiles near dining halls. That's all I do. I'm more offended on the fact that you said that I'm harmless because I intend to harm you after calling me a creep. Anything. Dragon at year 1. What was the name of the dragon? Oh, the Flames of Bejeweling. Is it still alive? Because this is way closer to stuff. Let's see what's in here. Let's see what's in here, because this is where. Okay. Also, for those of you who just want, like, volcanoes and stuff, in regards to those questions, you can just type in ! Legends and download this world, if you want. But it was uploaded before I started playing, so none of my changes are noticeable or are there. Oh yeah, there's and a gremlin! Grammy! Buddy! It's good to see you. How have you been? He's gonna run away. But where dragon? Uh-oh. There, dragon. I'm not gonna lie, I think this one's better. We've already found a politician and a legendary beast of fire and damnation. They must be connected, I don't know. The bar I used to be a frequenter at before I moved out here. There was Greg, me, who was a regular at the bar, and then there was the other Greg who was a regular at the bar. Me, Greg, you know, kind of a nerd who will talk to you about computers for forever, but like that's about it. And other Greg was a lawyer and absolute degenerate gambler who would bet like thousands of dollars on just about every single NFL game, and then would buy the entire bar a round of drinks if he won his bet and spend the entire bet in the bar, while also taking business meetings on his phone. Yeah. So, I'm used to being around other Gregs. Why does it change from gray to black? Because it's hostile. It's a neutral entity that is part of a hostile faction. So you'll see visitors that do this sometimes. It means that they're not necessarily going to attack you, but they are not friendly to you. They are considered hostile to your faction in some way. It's like an alignment quirk. I mean, if you guys want to just hang out with a degenerate gambler, I could just turn the stream off and go edit a video instead. Like, I don't. You don't need to deal with me here. If I'm the like boring, uninteresting individual, then like, why am I even here? You could also just do that in DF Hack right now. I don't know. Big Sag. This is why telling people your name as a streamer is a mistake. What you missed? A bunch of quality of life stuff and a big tease as to what's coming for Magic. I quite like this spot, chat. What do you think? What do you think? Try and catch the dragon? Cool spot? Okay. As long as it's a cool spot and not cool spot from 7-Up, because I might run into copyright infringement issues if it was cool spot the 7-Up thing. Okay. Boat yearlings? Boats when? In some ways, yes. In other ways, no. Corporate robot. Oh, also, I haven't mentioned this at all. I did just think of something really stupid. How do y'all feel about shenanigans? Was that a male or female dragon? I didn't look. I'm getting an idea. Hold on. Let me just rewind the VOD real quick. So that was a male dragon. The other one was... a female dragon. I could settle a fort on the other one and trap that dragon. Then train it and then retire the fort. And then make a new fort on the second location. And there is a very, 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 very good chance that that dragon would just show up. Remember how I said I didn't really have a theme going in, but we'd figure something out? We'd figure something out. We're figuring something out. MB4, both gay. Both gay. Will never have baby. How to train your dragon. Avoid the Bernie end. I think I need to clean up my save files a little bit. Okay. Do dragons need nest boxes? Yes. Yeah, and then a singular bolt flies through, hits it in the head, and kills it. Tulak. Which it was what happened to me the last time I had a dragon like that as a flamethrower. The swipey end? Oh yeah, like the slashy end. Okay, so I'm going to make a fortress. We're going to prepare carefully. They're all going to be engineers. We're going to embark with blocks, doors, cages if I can, and mechanisms if I can, or stuff to make those things. I'm going to and as few animals as possible. I'm going to wall the dragon in and try and catch it. Is going to be how we're going to have to do this. And then once I've done that, and it's in a cage, we'll train it, and then reclaim the other fort. What could go wrong? Oh, everything. Just everything. Let's just go like right there. Wish us luck, chat. Good to see you, good Charles. All right. I am officially in Phantom Coffee Zone, which means I'm going to go dump out my coffee and rinse my mug. I will be back momentarily. All right. So, let's see what we can bring with that'll help me achieve my goal. Because this isn't intended to be a long-term fort. We don't need any seeds. 1 battle axe and 5 picks, maybe? Keep the beer. Increase the amount of prepared horse intestines. And let's, whoopsies. Damn it. I could call it Monster Trap. Monstermesh is also pretty good. Although, what's better? What's better? The Monstermesh or the Monster Smash? They did the mesh. It's true. The monster. I don't have a mash isn't a word. I literally am looking. Smash is the closest. The monster smash. Although we could call this Dragon Trap. We could call this Dragon Trap and call the next fort the Monster Smash. AKA Monster S Mash. Is Mash a dance? I attempted to do what you're doing in another stream, sending dwarves on expeditions to keep them out of the fort, and they couldn't demand tribute anywhere, though? They couldn't demand tribute? What do you mean? You can't demand tribute from your own faction if that's what you're trying to do. They have to be non-dwarf, like, not your own faction. But literally the button's right there, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's not, like, limited to specific factions, unless there's, like, no one that's reachable. Saltwater Wizard. Also, it's not guaranteed that I will answer YouTube chat questions because I don't always see them. And putting Q doesn't, like, highlight it or anything. Just an FYI. The option just wasn't enabled. I have zero clue. No idea, mate. No idea. I've never seen that before. Steel Stitch, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. It's good to have you. But yeah, when you click on another location, it, like, demand tribute should just be there? I don't know. I have no idea. Half of chat is just, like, Monstermesh. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Steel Stitch with the Prime sub? Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Dragon Trap. Dragon Trap, the monster. Actually, Dragon Trap, the monster trap. Maybe the monster scrap? Man, if only Monster Slap was an option. Was gonna end up with a new Age of Myth. I think we're still in the Age of Myth in this world, actually, Mr. Rambler. All right, well, let's just go for that. I'm just gonna go down here and get rid of these because I don't need any of this. Don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. I am literally just going to abandon this fortress once this task is complete. So we are just kind of expecting to have a very short-lived run. Let's go Miner. I can name these dwarves, but I'll probably give them just nicknames instead of after chat. So we'll go 4 miners. Maybe a animal trainer, animal caretaker, animal trainer, mechanic, and mechanic, woodcutter, miner, I don't know, gem cutter. You can be a speaker poet. You can be a geographer, optics engineer. You can be a astronomer, mathematician, teacher, tactician, keyboardist. This fort is not going to live longer than a month or two, maybe. Enemy, so I'm not going to worry about planting. This is going to be a very short fort. Cage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I don't have anything that I don't have anything that can be made into mechanisms, so I have to bring boulders with me. Let's do that, and then blocks. Probably just the rest of the points on blocks. No, in case I need to dig, but they'll all be engineers anyway. Chat, can I get another round of beers for Amoeba Palonte? Thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. It's also nice to have a big crowd here. It's cool to see people excited about the Dwarf Fort update. Like, seriously. It's also a new patch. So thanks for swinging by, guys. And don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream, YouTube folks. New fort day, also patch day. I think that's probably everything that we need. Like, I don't even need the anvil, really. But basically, we just need some sort of meat. We need cages. I need something I can make into mechanisms. And that's basically it. So the group symbol is going to be a dragon. Dwarf. The dwarf is admiring the dragon. The dragon is cooking the dwarf. How's that? This can be the name of... Oh, I can't call it stupidity. No. Name of idiots? Nope. Can't say silly. What's a way to say dimness? Nope. Sure, let's go with name of fools. Kabnur, the name of fools. I don't think chat's a word. We should add chat as a word, though. What do you think, chat? Send it? The name of fools, which is the image of a dragon and cooking a dwarf? Although... the dwarf looks confused. There we go, even better. Okay, so... Fort 1 of 2. Fools of April. Are we naming the dragon April, then? There's still going to be a lot of RNG here, so... cross your fingers. I'm ready. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all, Alath Ogish. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you! Hit the pick button emote, chat. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for ye dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Mango Zigal. Dragon Trap. Strike the earth. It is spring, sea snow. Mate, we very far north. Okay, so. Where dragon?
I hate supply caravans. All my homies hate supply caravans.
Why do you hate supply caravans? Let's get underground. What did supply caravans do to hurt you and your homies? Is the real question. All right, there they go. I'm just gonna get underground, get through that, start digging. No, because your homie's doing you a lack in individual thoughts. Honestly, that's fair. Honestly, that is fair. Ilmiran, thanks for the 24th month. Kit Fox, we're trying to catch a dragon so that we can catch a dragon. And then have 2 dragons. It's a very important mission for the Bolt of Contests, a dead Dwarven faction, which has 1 member before these 7 that mysteriously joined it. I need mechanics. That's what I need. I'm also going to close this. And we're going to add a manager who's going to be somebody who isn't a miner. And because we currently have like less than 20 dwarves, I can assign work orders without making an office. So I'm going to say rock mechanisms. Also, geez, this UI has been redone, so now I can click on this. Ha! You can also click on that, which is great. Although I wonder how you can deselect it without closing the menu, which is amazing. But how you doing, Kid Fox? How's the response to the, you know, I hadn't even thought about going for Double Dragon. Yeah, I guess because the creator of Double Dragon just passed away, didn't he? Rest in peace. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I guess. And then right here, I'm just going to say a hatch cover. So they're going to make a hatch cover over there. And everybody else is now making rock mechanisms, as you can see. Also, that's not a bad one for future. Hi, Evie, in YouTube chat. I'm going to say this for the trillionth time today, Callie Love, in YouTube chat. If something requires a new world, they tell you. So if you read the patch notes, which I assume you did, if it doesn't say, then you don't need to generate a new world. These are strictly UI and mechanical features that are not affecting world gen. So that does not require a new world in order to see new features. And I expect to have to answer that question another 345 times before the end of the day, much to my dismay. Okay, so let's just make that down there. And an all stockpile. This should clear up pretty quick, I would think. Because they don't actually have that much to move. Yeah, but some people are attached to their old worlds, right? Which is why it's like a hot button issue. I feel like it should be like star, star, star. Affects existing worlds and does not require new world gen, star, star, star. At the top of every patch should be lovely, or does. Because, like, if you put it there, I'll have to answer that question about 30 times when a new patch comes out. And if you don't put it there, then I will have to answer that question about 640 times every time a new patch comes out. That's a gross exaggeration. I would subtract that by 10x, but 90% is what I would subtract from that. Yeah, I think so, though. Outside of that, though, it's seems like a nice patch so far, so no complaints there. All right, so we are working on Gabbro mechanisms. We're bringing those blocks down. Stuff's still moving slowly and consistently. And then we can go about catching a Durgan. I'm also going to plop that right there, which will take a second. It shouldn't take too long. Well, I mean, the ability to read a thing is directly connected to your willingness to read a thing. And I think some people would rather just ask and be told, which is fine. Did Dragonian, I recommend that you watch the video that was attached to the update, because, yes. It's literally in the title of the patch. Asking if there's any more news about magic with this patch. It's like, yes. And other things that you're not expecting. But I recommend you watch Tarn's little video, because it runs you through literally all the main points of the quality of life patch, and also a bunch of teasers of what magic stuff's going to look like in-game. Plays and you got a heart attack because it was super loud. You could just delete it from the game files. I'm not above it. I've done it before. All right, so let's lock this. Where dragon at the minute? All the way the heck over here. Okay, so I'm going to go directly beneath you. Go right there. You are going to make door x2. Okay, so can't click that, Sag. Yeah, I think just the 2 doors. And then we'll start digging. All good, Callie Love. It's a lot of questions that I'm trying to respond to all at once. And... Are were dragons a thing? No. Although there's were Gila monsters. Those are kind of a dragon. No, there's no were variants of tame animals or mega beasts. Although I have seen a lot of people now shouting about were dinos, which I feel like that would be stated if there was going to be new were creatures alongside of dinosaurs, but so I'm kind of not expecting that. Right after the Wen dragons and the Pen dragons. Just keep digging. I mean, Dory has entered the chat. What about Y dragons? I feel like that's most dragons most of the time, because they never do the thing that you want them to do when they do them. It's always just a what dragon? Why? You know, there's more being worked on. The 2 big questions that I've seen are dino people? Question mark? And you know what I want? I'm just gonna throw this out there. I don't want dino variants. I want a different variant of troglodyte that come with like a club and are basically just like proto-humans. That's all I want. I just want like cavemen, like slightly more intelligent troglodytes. Yeah, Neanderthals. That's what I want. So that's 3 traps. Dragon up here. I'm just imagining like troglodytes with clubs that just like invade you from the caves riding dinosaurs. Are we more than just regular dinosaurs? Oh no, absolutely. I mean, chat was already yelling about what, the kangaroo, shrew, mouse, squirrel from that era. I desperately want dodos to be suicidal and have absolutely no sense of self-preservation. I just want them to like walk into your traps intentionally. Because I feel like that would be accurate to reality. Okay, so the next thing I would like to do, or I'm going to need to do, is I'm going to need to put a pen pasture right here. I'm going to put the 2 yak bulls over here. Deer Hunter, hello. Sup, dude? And now we let the dwarves build this, because we're trying to trap a dragon. Taxed, sizzled, the branded. We are going to try and breed dragons. Just a small yak is down payment. It's better than an arm and a leg. Cobalt Spears is the Sedur. Wonder who Sedur is. No. Radiant. So I'm going to try and do something that's worked for me in the past. This might not work. Okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to train the dragon until it is well trained. Once it is well trained, I will abandon the fort. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to abandon the fort. Then make a new fort where there's another dragon, because I did this once before, and the dragon that the fortress was abandoned in, or actually got taken over by not dwarves, that dragon showed up at my next fort within a year. Still trained. I want to know if I can do that again. So we're going to have to do some cross your fingers and pray. Because if I adventure here, I don't think it'll still be trained. Is it possible for a creature's type to go extinct? Usually, so fun fact, Otaku in YouTube chat, usually pandas go extinct in Dwarf Fortress before World Gen ends because they don't have enough bamboo. So, yes. And you can cause it, too. God of Jewels, Wealth, Speech, Persuasion, and Poetry. Sounds like a tavern, if you ask me. It's just like if you have a faction that for some reason is able to get access to pandas, the pandas will almost just die immediately. Almost always. Because it is very unlikely that you will have settled somewhere that actually has food for them to eat. It sounds like a fortress organization issue. And if they're vomiting, either they've been infected with some sort of dust, or you kept them underground too long and they got cave adapted. If they're underground for 6 months to a year, they stop getting used to the sun, and the sun makes them throw up because they didn't get enough vitamin D. which is vitamin dwarf, by the way. Very important for long-term dwarf health. It's an intended consequence of poor fortress management. But if they're just standing still, that probably means they're under attack by something. Check if they're feeling vengeful when in an existing conflict, because then they're probably in combat with something. So you need a squad to clear that. Because otherwise sometimes they'll be trying to fight with something, but they can't reach it, so they'll just kind of stand there petrified, is what that sounds like. If you leave the dragon caged, could you raid the spot and get it? No. But if I leave it caged, it will also show up at my fortress. Basically, if you cage stuff, when World Gen starts, it's released from the cage, almost always. So the second I go from the fort, essentially, to... how do you stop cave adaptation? Let them go outside. Give them access to sunlight. As long as, like, they walk into a tile that is occupied by sunlight once in a while, it'll clear the cave adaptation, which is actually very easy thing to manage. So dwarves are not entirely below ground creatures, contrary to popular belief. There are some fortresses in Dwarf Fortress that are entirely below ground, but they're very rare. It's just the mountain homes that are purely underground and only accessible from underground. But the majority of dwarves live in fortresses, which are underground, above ground, and hillixes, which are mostly above ground. It's basic. There is a positive side to cave adaptation. The positive side is the dwarves don't need to go outside. They're not like humans, which are kind of the opposite. In lore headcanon reasons, they're kind of the opposite, where they'll get sick if they stay below ground too long. Basically, like, the advantage is you don't need to go above ground, right? So it's kind of a decision that the player needs to make. Are you going to specialize a fort in primarily below ground activities, aesthetics, and goals? Or are you going to specialize the fortress in above ground activities and goals? That is up to you. All right, well, that is all of the traps that I actually can use. So we're just going to do this. Here it goes, chat. I do have a dragon emote, so post it. Please and thank you. I'll tell you this, they have nerfed cave adaptation a few times in the time that I've played. So it's very easy to avoid. You literally just need one tiny area of the fortress that dwarves frequent with relative consistency that is above ground, and you won't have a problem. I mean, every now and again, one dwarf will get it if they're like mostly the underground hide off in the distance dwarf of the faction, but primarily you won't have a problem. Okay, so what I need is I need to widen this up a little bit. Actually, I'll do it this way. Let's just make a meeting zone right here, because this dragon doesn't know they're there. And remove one. New friend? That's what I wanted to see. Maybe no. Come on, dragon. You know you wanna. I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want. You want a tasty dwarf snack. is what you really, really want. Who's our brave volunteer? Almost. Ceiling Springs. Awkward. Volin ordered. You've done this in the past, there's more easy ways to get it. Yeah, but this is just the one that I've come up with. How did you do it in the past? If it was in a cave, that... Uh-oh. Not the smartest of dwarves. Well, there's a smart dwarf outside. What if I lock you, unlock you, and set you as a meeting zone? Oh, there you are. Come on, you dum-dum. Bleh! You are right there, hey? That'll drop down that. Let's see what those two will do. Get you turned into a torch. Well, It was in, yeah, I saw it. Clever girl indeed. Brave soul. I don't know, maybe stupid? The yaks are already dead. Greg and then some. I don't, because it was the most common cause of frame rate death miles long in YouTube chat. It was one of the worst mechanics the game had, because it was the most common cause of, like, 0 frame rate. Uh-oh. I love how the dwarves are running up there. That's hysterical. Where are you going? We're in an ad break. I will pause. I guess it's not going to work out for a pet trained war dragon. Oh, we'll make it work. Don't worry. On the work order screen, exit out of entering a new item quantity or number stops after you selected it, and you can press the return key. Oh, interesting. Okay, good to know. I went straight to train to know semi-wild stuff earlier today. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's not... That's... I mean, that isn't even remotely what I've done. So that's completely irrelevant, I guess. Emperor Iron. Because that is the polar opposite of the entire exercise that I'm trying to complete here. So you're like, that's the easier way. It's like, sure, but like, that's not even relevant to the discussion of what I'm trying to do here. Where are you headed? Okay, so here's the next thing I'm going to do. All of these are open. So they're all going to go stand there. The dragon over here should head back over to where it was. I've got a friend who's texting me who I do not care to talk to at the minute, so I'm just going to put my phone into airplane mode. So my phone stops going off for the umptillionth time. Shit's on fire? Yep. I mean, that's the result of a dragon being in the vicinity. Well, the good news about this is we are getting closer. So what if I dig over here? Also, now he's trying to go get a drink. It's not going to be good for your health there, bud. Grieved? I don't recall seeing that very often. Is that what happens when a friend of theirs dies? Huh. Interesting. Well, let's just go over here. Not everyone. There's 3 dwarves left. You made an omelet? I'm proud of you, No Mold. It's going to take multiple attempts? Maybe. I'm actually just going to disable saving, in case it does. And also, it didn't consume anybody. It just turned them into, like, candles. Well, we let him get his drink. Quit worrying about that. Is that a dragon? No, it's a cat. You've never seen a cat before? Yes, it's a dragon. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I appreciate all of your suggestions, and I just want you to know that I'm going to ignore most of them. Emperor Iron. Where the heck is this dragon going? Run, Dwarf! Okay. 2 remain. And then 2 are standing out here. I will go down into here. I will make a meeting zone back there. I will unlock this door. I will relock this door. I will go to these dwarves, because the dragon will come back to his home eventually. Probably. It's the only fire that's hotter than the sun, Greg, and then some. I'm just using dwarves as bait. Meanest dragon you've ever seen. Have you ever seen another dragon? Because they all act like this. They all just kind of vibe until you invade their personal space, and then they try to murder you. I should have put a save at the very beginning. Oh well. So I think I'm going to do a second attempt, but I'm only going to make it like a 3x3 or a 4x4 and just settle on this, because if it starts in here, that'll actually make this really easy, which is what I was hoping would happen, but I didn't get so lucky. In fact, we got like the opposite of that kind of lucky. How is that an unreachable location? What? Okay, I'm confused. Huh. Okay. Yeah, let's start over. Start new game in existing world. And open this up. All right, we're going to try this a second time. What did I eat for breakfast? I had a sourdough throwaway pancake. Like when feeding a sourdough, you take some out. And so I did that and made a little pancake and a smoothie. No. I'm not going to do this in adventure mode. But no more reliably or unreliably than this. Like, probably? I don't know. I've never seen a case. I've seen traps kill the player in adventure mode before, like weapon traps. I don't know. I've never done that. I've never seen that. So I don't actually have an answer for you, Emperor Iron. Good news is it won't take me too long to redo the dwarves themselves. But I should have not been stupid and done a save at the start, but I didn't. All right, let's just do a 3x3 so it's nice and small. Put the cave in the middle and confirm. Prepare carefully. I'm just going to make them all into miners and just not worry about it. Because it doesn't really matter. Miners with a side of mechanics. I'm going to call this Dragon Trap. The group is going to be the name of fools. The group symbol is going to be the I can't remember what we called this the last time, but it was something creative and funny. The bright monster, we'll go with that. And the image is going to be a dragon, a dwarf, the dragon is cooking the dwarf. The dwarf looks surprised. Oh. The dwarf is admiring. Oopsies, keep working. Confused, that's what I'm looking for. The dwarf looks confused. Was it? No, Monstermesh is going... Okay, one, I can't name it Monster Smash. Rather, I was going to name the next fort Monster Smash. Not this one. This was Dragon Trap. So I will embark. Oh, wait, no. No, I won't. I will go in here. Remove everything I don't need, which is most things. I don't actually need an axe, so I won't bring any. I do need... Let's bring 7 picks. Bring some extra booze. Remove all this. And then cage. Gab. Brought 40 to make into mechanisms. And blocks. All right. So I will do this embark and then immediately save it. I thought I had more than points than that. Okay, whatever. I'll bring an anvil. Who needs an anvil anyway? All right. Send it! Dragslay, very different game. Daggett. Why is this so close? Okay, if I can get underground safely, I will save game. I'm not certain I'll be able to. Chat, I'm not certain I'll be able to get underground safely. Please wish me luck if you have the capacity to do such thing. Please wish me luck. Big round of beers. Send help. No! Oh no. Okay, well. Disaster has struck. There's only 2 dwarves left. Golly gee, that was quick. You didn't find the beer in time? I mean, you would have been able to extinguish the dragon fire if you had. At least the moods are good. Pop goes the population, I guess. Okay, so what I'm going to need to do is actually go down over here. Wow, that was quick. Really? I hadn't noticed. I was thinking to myself, I won't need to save that as a profile because I'm only going to be doing this one more time. Oopsie daisy. Turns out. Let's just place a meeting area down here. Not very smart yaks, are they? Let's hope that the yaks make their way in here. Because if they do, then I'll have full capacity to mess with this Durgan. Because that's going to bring us up right here. Ha! They did. Bunch of geniuses. Okay. Was that a fish? I don't know what you're asking, Clockwork Dragon. Like, genuinely, I have no idea what you're asking. But there was like a two-legged rhino lizard right there. I haven't seen any fish per se. The second they get hungry, we are fucked. Okay, so dwarves should... Okay, so they're trying to go get food. But what seems to happen is then they get spooked. Yeah, I don't see us going anytime soon, chat. There, the axe will trigger it all the time. I mean, I have to be able to get a cage, which they can't because they can't get close enough. So, no, I can't just do that. Be right back. But no, in order to be able to just put, quote unquote, just put a cage somewhere, the dragon needs to be far away enough from the wagon that they can actually get to the wagon, but they couldn't because the dragon was too close to the wagon. So no, that was literally just going to be them bouncing back and forth for a while until either they went insane or died. So you have to try again. No shit, Sherlock. I had no idea. I almost never update the goal until I actually have a new goal in motion, so. If you want me to update it, I can, but like, I don't know if I can pull this off, so there's no real point in making a goal marked until we've made it this far. I think the goal is pretty self-explanatory on the screen, and if it's not, then I don't know what to tell you, man. So I'll update that when we have a goal running. Diamond. No, it doesn't look like you're telling me, or chat, rather. You're definitely telling me. But yeah, if the goal isn't clear that I'm trying to catch a goddamn dragon, then I don't know what to tell you.
I work when you stream and mainly lurk when I can.
I stream when I work.
Pivo Crypt Jams.
We are the same, but we are not the same. Thank you very much for the 17th month, IDZ. Appreciate you greatly. Okay, so what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to do this embark again. But if they die, we'll just let them die and reclaim it. That's what I will do this time. Does dragon yield a good amount of food? No. It's about the same as like a bear. You do not want to breed dragons because they also take 1,000 years to get to full size. So I can very safely say that I've never actually seen a full-size dragon. You only ever see like young adolescent dragons. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for IDZ20 or not IDZ23, IDZ3 for keeping that subscription live for a 17th month? I don't know why my brain was saying 23, but no, dragons are a horrible, horrible, horrible use of farming time, just because of how long they take to mature. All right, let's do that. Let's go into here. Okay, so let's just clear out all this because I don't need any of this stuff. Cage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gab. At least I'm getting faster with this. So we just have to hope that the dragon isn't directly on top of us this time. Blocks. All right. So, dragon. Dragon fogs is kind of funny. Trap. The name of fools. The shaken name of fools. More like the charred name of fools. Group symbol. Dwarf. Dragon. Cooking. No. The dragon is cooking the dwarf. The dwarf is admiring the dragon. This is very much a document of real life. Dragon is burning the dwarf. The dwarf looks confused. Done. Okay, so now I'm just going to save profile. And I'm going to call this How to Not Catch a Goddamn Dragon. Sad face. Okay, I can't put a sad face there. But I will call it How to Not Catch a Goddamn Dragon. Save. Is this the run, chat? No, trust me. Baby dragons can breathe fire. So you don't have to say if they are adults. Baby dragons can breathe fire. Well, if you believe that it's the run, chat. I need the biggest wall of pics that you can muster. You too, YouTube chat. Don't think you get away on this easy. Every time I just have a female dragon in my fort YouTube chat, I just get her to lay eggs, and I have the dwarves put the eggs on pedestals everywhere. Okay, so Hoyer dragon. That's pretty close. I'm not comfortable with this.
Crypt dragon.
It's the first attempt. Don't let anybody tell you. They have a chance. Are you sure? I don't know, man. First real attempt? Uh-huh. The first real attempt for real this time. Also might be goose. Did you notice that there's a goose on the main menu image of Dwarf Fort? I only just noticed it today. Down in the bottom left of the Siege update art, there's a goose. Maybe we have a chance. Maybe we have a chance. So I'm just going to do everything. Scene 1, Dead Orion, who says, first attempt, final draft, final, 1, 2, final copy, final, all caps. Scene 1. The other two weren't attempts, they were tests. Practice sessions, if you will. And you know, I never learned how to count, so if mulligans don't, then I never did. Makes things easy. At least this one isn't trying to torch us. It's only the real try if you succeed. I don't know if we'll succeed, but I'm trying. That much is for sure. Although the real succeed, the real sign of succeeding is the friends that we made along the way, right? And the dwarves that we burned during the process. So the true show of success is the fun that we had. And I think that, I don't know about you guys, chat, but I'm having quite a bit of fun. This is some silly shit, but I'm having fun. Hope you guys are too. I will pause the game when the ads start, because they're going to start in 15 seconds. What I really hope is that I can just... Because it moves around so much, which is the problem. Like, that's the actual issue, is it's just moving too much. Why is there a Yeti right there? I would type in !update Mochamitis and watch the video that Tarn posted, or read the contents of the update instead of just reading the title and nothing else. Well, he's not in the wagon Yeti. Diamond. Am I the only person who genuinely thinks he's going crazy, that people don't think that, like, the magic that's been in the game for literally a decade is not magic? Like, Dwarf Fortress has literally had magic for years. It's just been very hard-coded. But I would read the actual patch notes. Unless you're just baiting me into saying no. In which case, no. Battle of the Year? No, he's probably going for my food. That's usually what they do. They're thieves, so they steal your food. They're like bears. Whoop, there goes a fire. Nope, not fireman. Police car. Oh, and a fireman. Something's going down. My guess would be car accident. Yeah, they're mischievous, so he's going to be trying to steal my stuff. And he's shy, so he's walking away. I don't feel like I can have a, like, an opinion on that statement, Clockwork, but I don't know how I feel about that. But, chat, whenever people ask about this update, please just type in !patch. How do you already have a dragon? I settled on a cave with a dragon. But, chat, please do me a huge favor. And every time somebody asks about this update, and save me from getting baited into just stating what's in the update, because, like, you guys all know. Literally just type in !patch and go watch that 2-minute video. Tarn will explain everything. Or just go to the patch notes and read them. Just trying to catch a dragon minding its own business. You know, just a mass murderer who's killed thousands of people. No, I'm trying to rebuild a dwarven faction. And how am I supposed to do that? They seem to be stuck. Oh, somebody made it underground. That's good. That's all that I need. Rock mechanisms. So this is new. Which is fucking great, man. It's hard to access from fort mode? I think it's just because, like, here's the reality, Abrax, and I've talked about this before. Myths and Magic stuff is going to release this year. 5 years from now, people are going to pop into my chat and ask, does this game have magic yet? Because this game has been around for so long, and not everybody is me, which is probably good, actually, and reads every single patch note for Dwarf Fort. It's like, you know, Mark's Dwarves have been working perfectly as intended for the last year and a half. In fact, they made them easier to use in that time as well. And people still ask me if they've fixed Mark's Dwarves yet, and insist that they haven't. So, you know, it's just the reality. The wagon is the dragon Uber Eats. Yeah. What? I mean, actually, because, like, the wagon is gone. It must have been the Yeti. It's getting hot in here, that's for sure. Dragon did a BBQ? I mean, sometimes you just gotta do a BBQ, you know? Twitchy biceps, thanks for the 10-pack. That's very kind of you. Holy shit. But the thing that you guys need to know about the patch that released this morning is apparently soldiers wear boots now, by default. And now you have to click confirm. Actually, here, I can just show you. I don't know why I fucked that up, but I did. If I make a squad... Oh my god, there's a delete button there now. That's cool. And even set them as no uniform or whatever. And then you click this. There's now a little trash bin button down here. If you click the trash bin button, it says, are you sure you would like to disband them? You've always been able to, just not in that screen. Casual. You could also edit the default uniforms. Love watching your videos before going to bed. Well, happy to help, mate. And congrats on the job. Being employed in the current year is a tough one, let me tell you. I don't even know what I would do if I had to go get a job right now in the normal workforce. Like that, it's a very different place than the last time I was applying for jobs. Paper resumes was a thing people did back when I was applying for jobs. All right, so let's see if I can actually do this. I really hope you come back to right there. Dragidin. And also, fuck having a job. I kind of feel that. And you really want it since it has the ASCII art? I'm kind of surprised there isn't like a one of each, you know? Like I was, like I figured out, like that was pretty obvious it was going to happen a couple days ago because they teased it very heavily on Instagram. But I was kind of expecting it to be the, like the title screen art. That's what I was expecting. So I'm actually a little surprised to see that art being the one that they're going with, but it's still cool. I'm not knocking it. I need a door. Or just a wall. You know? All dragons will shoot through fortifications, yeah. Your dwarves never made fortifications there, and it was just designated. The siege moved into the fort and blocked the dragon without a care in the world. Oh, that's funny. Was the dragon trained? Atulak? Because anything that is part of a hostile faction to your faction does that. You'll see random visitors sometimes that do that as well, Tibe. But because they are technically their own faction, because they're a mega beast, and they are hostile to me, my faction, they do that. But they're a neutral entity. So it's basically just like the game telling you that this is a hostile unit, even though it's not technically hostile to you at the minute. Don't think that you're gonna stay there, but if you do, here we go, chat. Wish us luck. Cross your fingers. Rude. Now the dragon is onto us. Now it's onto us. What was your first clue? What? Add that to my not expected to see running across the screen list. Oh, man. There isn't even a functional cage trap there. Let's see if I can get it to chase a dwarf. Sup, dragon? Sup? Oh my god. Please tell me the cage didn't just melt, because I think we just caught one. By Jove. I think we got it. Many dwarves had to die for our mission to be a success, but we've made it. Thanks for the 10 bucks, Clockwork Dragon.
A clockwork dragon cheered. X1000.
What was that? A dwarf turning into a toasty and then a dragon turning into a trapped dragon. I mean, less than half the dwarves perished, I'll have you know. This can now become, I don't know, a temple to whatever. The Nail of Sabers. So the dwarves can now pray. And let's train this dragon and disable this. I'm also going to make a butcher shop. And butcher my yaks. So the dragon is now semi-wild. I want to wait for it to be trained. What? What is a traditional ceremony of this fort? Dying to a dragon? I mean, obviously. I don't actually know how often they train them. Tan the axe, I guess. This isn't going to become a full fort. This is going to be retired in a minute. Because we're going to go do this somewhere else again. So this isn't exactly high value anything. I love snowy owls, by the way. Not intentionally. More like they were stupid enough to get burned. Turns out, yeah, like they thought that they had like fire shielding in the form of beard, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. I'm wondering how long we should let this run. But we did lose one lover. It seems like there was only one bearded dwarf, actually. It was only Bembul, who was this dwarf's lover. And Shorast and Shorast both died. Rip Shorast. 2x. Do they feed the dragon? That's how the dragon gets trained, yeah. Which is why he feels happy receiving food. Or she feels happy receiving food. Yes, Dragon Fire Breath is hotter than any other fire in the game, and is, if you actually look at the Dwarven temperature ratings, it's hotter than the surface of the sun, unlike normal Fire Breath, which is just normal fire, which is why dragons can burn down drawbridges of any kind, unless they're made of adamantine. Dragons should still be able to breathe fire through the cage. Well, tell Tarn that, because I don't agree with that. Until the game changes and then they can't do that. How you doing, but Johnny? How's things? Regular fire cannot burn down a drawbridge. Regular fire is not hotter than the surface of the sun. Dragon fire is. They don't sometimes breathe normal fire. Dragons breathe blue fire, which is hotter than the surface of the sun. That is unique to them. It's a unique ability that they have access to. Nothing else can breathe dragon fire unless you mod it to be able to do that. It's just like only hydras can regrow heads. You know, it's like it's a thing that is unique to them. So I'm probably safe at this point to just abandon the fort. Probably. I think that we should give these dwarves nicknames. I don't know how I'm going to name this dwarf this, but this is going to be Hatchet. This is going to be Lover, because her lover died. This is going to be We're going to call her Storm because she was pissed off after being caught in a snowstorm. And Youth Skull, what a good name. And you can be Youth Skull because you're praying to Youth Skull. That is true, yes. Things that burn a normal blue. But you'll also notice that a dwarf that catches normal fire burns for a little bit and then dies. A dwarf that catches dragon fire is dead instantly because it completely evaporates all of their blood and fat. This literal second that dragon do that. I mean, that is not unique to last fort and probably will happen again. Lokio. I was just very bored of the last fort and didn't want to play it anymore. So I don't. I'm sorry you do, but I was bored and ready for something new. We did play that fort for 15 years. Dragons are such a pain. It is true. They really, really are. Wasabi's not that hot, though. What? Like, wasabi's pretty easy to consume large amounts of, even, like, super hot wasabi. I've never fully understood why some people are just, like, incapable of handling wasabi spice, because it is one of the easier spices to handle, in my opinion. What are you doing, Dwarf? Putting them all in a barrel, I guess? Yeah, I suppose so. I kind of lean in the direction of some people are just used to it. Because, like, the spice that you get, like, in North America pretty generally, Thades, is, like, the kind of spice that you can breathe out your nose to, like, deal with it. Whereas wasabi gets hotter if you breathe through your nose. It's more like an eating technique and whether or not you're used to doing that to, like, breathing through it, basically. And you got one guy to eat a spoonful? Yeah, I mean, like, I could do that. And like, yeah, it would be hot, but like that is easier for me to do than eating a hot pepper straight. And I also like hot peppers. Like if I just take like a full ring of fire chili and go, that's gonna be a lot harder for me to handle than like a tablespoon of wasabi. Even though like I've heard many people over the years say that wasabi is the hottest thing they've ever had. It's like I don't agree with that. Haven't had that experience. No, certainly. I mean, there's some people that are just like, not to be mean, but kind of like a wussy when it comes to any kind of spice. Like wasabi to me is just like a mild horseradish. Or a slightly hotter horseradish, depending on how fresh the horseradish is and the wasabi is. All right. I kind of want them to get it up to trained, but I don't know how long I'm going to have to wait. I could crank up the FPS limit. You're right. Until we run out of food, maybe. A 1,000, I guess, is the highest it lets me set it. All right, so we're up to 250 frames per second. Which, in case you want to see how quickly they dig. Wasabi just hurts. Skill issue. You know what was funny, Idle Villager? I don't think that bell peppers are spicy. But there was one time I ate a bell pepper that was kind of spicy. It wasn't spicy, but it like had noticeable pepper spice to it. That was like very mild and quite sweet. And like I ate the whole pepper, but like I was like, huh, there's a bit of spice in there. What the fuck? It's like it must have just been like grown in a farm, because like peppers can cross-pollinate like fucking crazy. So it must have just been grown in a farm that also had hot peppers and slightly fermented. Doubt. But my theory is that it was grown in the same farm that also had hot peppers and they cross-pollinated, because that would make it a little bit spicy, because it was a fancy organic one that I bought. I don't know, it was delicious. Like if I could just like eat that, I would be very, very happy. Some bells had a little kick. Yeah, it could have also just been a variety or something, but like I grow hot peppers. Like I grow Arapahos and Hungarian hot wax and shishito peppers. And shishito peppers like aren't spicy as far as I'm concerned. Like they have a little bit of spice to them, but like I could eat like 5 in a row and like not feel it. But if I keep my shishitos right next to my hot peppers, like the Hungarian hot wax, which are basically like a banana pepper, they're not super hot, but like they have more kick than like a shishito. The shishitos get spicier and have a more Hungarian hot wax flavor to them, because like they crossbreed like crazy. So they're fun plants, I guess. So like if you grow if you grow peppers like in your backyard and you have like bell peppers like next to habaneros or something, you might get hotter peppers as a result. I am a little bit weirded out about the fact that they aren't training it. Okay, here's the other thing that I'll do then. Hunting training or war training, chat? No, pseudonym Spike. But if a bee pollinates a habanero plant and then pollinates a shishito plant, the pepper that the shishito plant will grow will be closer to a habanero than if it was just a shishito pollinated by a shishito. Does that make sense? You can get first generation hybrids in the pepper. But if you take those seeds and you plant them, then you'll get a slightly spicier shishito the next time. But it does happen in one generation, from one plant to the next. Which is why, like, from what I've read, if you want consistent peppers, don't plant multiple varieties. On a chain rope? Then he might torch the dwarves if he loses it, but no, that won't change the actual amount of like training time, but That seemed like they were training. Let's just do this. I could put it on a rope. I didn't bring any. Oh well, whatever. We'll just leave it. It's fine. Semi-wild cage. Why don't we do this then? Okay, no, you're right. We do have to take it out. To get it trained into that format. I think we are probably safe. You have a stray dragon. Yes. This is my third attempt to actually answer your question, Nick Paw. But yes, this is the first attempt where we made that joke. I mean, you don't need to breed trees to grow into shapes, but you can grow trees into shapes by shaping them. I mean, I have an umbrella tree that I'm trying to, like, turn into a braid around itself because it has 3 stems. But, like, you do that with just string and training. Like, you basically slowly coax it into the shape that you want. All right, let's go back to 60 FPS. And now, there's only one thing left to do, chat. Abandon the fortress. So, abandoning the fortress will let that trained dragon reappear. And the last time I did this, where there was a trained dragon elsewhere in the world, part of the same faction, it showed up at the next fortress I made. Nick Paw complaining about the ad just makes me want to go, ads, they're great! Because of the way they're typing that. So now we hope. I am assuming, HS Syndicate, that that's like an actual... What's the difference between war and hunting? War, they prioritize murdering enemies. Hunting, they prioritize murdering animals. You can train dragons, always have. And said so ad, and when the ad ends, I will start my sentence over because I always stop what I'm explaining and what I'm talking about when the ad ends. Nick Paw. Also, the way you wrote that makes me think of the Tony the Tiger from Frosted Flakes. That's all I have to say. Please don't complain about ads. I get it. They suck and are just as annoying for me as they are for you, but I don't really have an option. So you can pay to get around them or tolerate them, and I'm the one who has to remember what I was talking about and then return to it, which I will. So now we are going to abandon the fortress. I just put down an extra save, just in case this doesn't work. But previously, I have had fortresses with dragons in them that were trained. The dragon didn't die, and I lost the fortress for one reason or another. When that fortress is destroyed, within the first, like, month of the next fort that I've done, the last time I did this, that trained dragon just showed up and said that it was going to murder me, but it was still trained. So we now have a trained semi-wild dragon, and I'm going to sit here and cross my fingers. It's expensive, though, Clockwork Dragon. I mean, as somebody, like, I think everybody's, like, shedding costs at the minute. So if you want to help out Nick Paw with a subscription, you can do that. Anyway, I wish you could gift Turbo. Anyway. Abandoning the fortress and releasing this dragon into the world will hopefully cause it to show up at my next fort because its faction is dead, and that will be the only fort that this faction has. This might work, this might not, but the location that we're going to also has a dragon, so we'll be distracted regardless. So, chat, I would like to see a, you wish the fortress luck, because I think we're gonna need it. I've not encountered that bug once, and sometimes I wish I did. Gutenberg Craft in YouTube chat. If that's a bug that exists, I've never heard of it and never seen it. I've had many dragons in my fortress. Even in this version, I had one. And once trained, they absolutely still shoot fire. So they just have to be enemies of the thing that they're seeing, and they'll shoot fire. But I don't really want them to shoot fire, because I don't want to use them as defense. They're too valuable for that. And I have more reliable forms of defense. Rest in peace to the creator of Double Dragon, by the way. And River City Ransom. And whatever that other game that he made. Yeah, the creator of those games passed away last week. He was in his 60s. And it was pretty sudden. Dude kind of, like, built a genre. What is new in this update? I don't know. Go read the patch notes. A bunch of quality of life stuff. Bunch of UI things, and they're all very specific, and I keep forgetting them, so I don't have them memorized. But so I recommend just looking at the patch notes. Pseudonym Spike. I don't know what you mean. I have not caught a dragon recently, no. It was like, I don't know, November or something that I caught a dragon. It's been a while. All right. My thumb hurts. What the fuck? Like, this muscle right here hurts. Like, I'm not holding my mouse weird or anything. What's that? NDF once, like 15 years ago or something, and she caught her. Well, good thing they're, like, invulnerable to fire now. The last time I had a breeding pair of dragons, though, the male one was gay. So I was very mad. I mean, you don't have to rely on DF hack, but I don't even have DF hack running right now because it's not updated, or at least it wasn't when I launched the game. And it's still not updated. I mean, literally the only reason I want it is so that I can update Legends for you guys. I don't think that automating the game to a point where it no longer feels like the same game is really a viable or fun thing to do at any point, but... So now I have to remember where that other dragon was. It was creep sewers, right? I know it was over here. Because that one was over there. Dragon trap. Pretty sure it was creep sewers. I don't know how else to explain what I just did aside from, yes, I caught that one. How else do you think I got that one? What am I missing? What am I doing a poor job of explaining, chat? Like, pseudonym, you are confusing me because I settled on it because we figured out there was a dragon there, and I caught it in a cage trap. That's how I caught it, by catching it. I caught that one by catching it in a cage trap. Then I abandoned that fortress because now it's trained and will migrate to my next fortress organically. I'm so confused. It was definitely creep sewers? Yeah, no shit. I give up. I clearly am doing a terrible job of explaining something, and chat's just confusing me. Yes, no, it was creep sewers. I don't know how else to explain this. I'm completely bewildered. All right, so we are going to settle, like, right there. You got it now? You sure? So this is a Untamed Wilds area with gold, silver, copper. And I'm playing as the same dead dwarven faction. We're close to elves and humans, neither of which we are at war with because we were a tiny dead faction. No, absolutely. It's like, I don't... Basically, we found a location with a dragon. So, actually, chat, can you clip this? I think I got it. We found a location with a dragon. We settled on the location of the dragon with a bunch of stuff, mostly stuff to make into mechanisms and cages it. Caught the dragon in a cage trap with a couple casualties. Oh no. Anyway. Then, we are now, after training that dragon, settling on a new location, and that new location also has a dragon in it. Okay? So now, the goal is to catch this dragon and train it. Hoping that the first dragon that we caught and trained will show up here for the next dragon. So we can have a breeding pair. Now clip that. And if you fail to clip it, I'm not explaining it again. I have not yet caught the dragon in the location I'm about to settle in. No. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, so I'll just call you Guma. Thank you very much for that brand new Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. And that's fine. If it happens, it happens. Bird thing. I haven't checked either of their genders or gender preferences because I can't. I don't have DFHack at the minute. So if it turns out to be that way, then it turns out to be that way, and if it doesn't, then yay, and if it does, then oh no. Anyways. Let's go, Mario. All right. We are going to prepare for the journey carefully. Hey, chat, if everybody clicks on that clip and watches it, it'll get enough views that it'll end up in the leaderboard of my clips, and so it'll be much easier for us to grab it in the future. Thank you for the clips, guys. This is starting to drag on. You know, you're not lying. It's true. So, what were we gonna call it? Monstermesh? Oh, actually, here's a good one. Dragon Flash? No. Dragon Dance. Huh? Or, oh man, Force ain't a word. Monster Smash is pretty good. If you click 3 times, do you get a prize? Maybe. I can't guarantee, though. For legal reasons, I cannot confirm nor deny the acquisition of a prize. By the way, I like the NASA badge. I didn't realize they were giving away badges for watching NASA stuff. Because I was, but I also never see badges because I just default to the partner badge all the times. Is that like the chicken dance? Well, minus the do Zoomers know what the chicken dance is? I would say this is closer to the Harlem Shake. Speaking of. Swag, thank you very much for the 13th month. Welcome back. It's the luckiest of the months. All right, so chat wants Monster Mash. Monsters Mash is the name of this fortress. The group name is the... I can't say burning?
Hello.
The burn of burning. The torch of burning? The temple of burning. Speaking of the temple of burning, Gigma, thanks for the 25th month. I don't know what to call this group chat. The burning cat should just be the tavern. Toast is a word. The toast of burning? They removed the word ass from the game, unfortunately, Nick Paw. I appreciate the third attempt at the clip. May the best clip win. The bottoms of burning. No, wild donkeys were simply renamed to donkeys instead of ass. Because wild donkeys used to be called asses and domestic donkeys used to be called donkeys, but then they removed wild donkeys. Well, not really. They just removed ass as a word for wild donkeys, along with the Steam version. Can you do loins? Why do you guys want me to, like, make, like, I can't handle spicy food shit jokes? I mean, at that point, I might as well just name the fortress, I'm not gonna name it, like, burning shit jokes, so, I'll call it something unrelated to anything chat wants, because I dislike y'all's ideas today. I mean, much better names. Clockwork, but... I mean, we've already... Chat would already know this if they actually messed around with it themselves, but you can already name things like... Thunderbottom. If you want to be really stupid. Or we could actually do this. How about... Thunderfire, the Crystal Storm. That does sound like something from a schlock fantasy novel, though. Did Twitch just update their terms of service, or are you just like making jokes now? I actually can't tell. Did we catch the dragon? We did in fact catch and train a dragon. There was only several losses and it was worth it. Dragon's Lair? Oh no. Actually, I wonder if I could name the image the Dragon's Lair. Or, is lair a word? I don't think lair is a word, chat. That's a shame. I could call it the Dragon's Cave, but... Stop me if you've seen this one before. A dwarf and 2 dragons. The dragons are burning the dwarf. The dwarf is surrounded by the dragons. The dwarf is admiring the dragons. The dwarf looks confused. The dragons are laughing. Oh my god, can I actually name things the Chamber of Secrets? Holy shit, you can. I don't know why I'm amazed by that, nor do I know why I've never tried. Actually, I don't actually personally care about any notable changes worth mentioning, or is it just the usual very small series of updates? Because generally when they update it, it's usually like, we reworded this one thing to be more legally secure. It's usually nothing out of the ordinary. Probably something I should read after stream then. Dwarf is confused, comes before the dragons burn the dwarf. Ideally, yeah. Okay, into it now. All right, well. I don't really want to name it the Chamber of Secrets. Maybe the Chamber of Burning? Because the Chamber of, like, this isn't super fitting as the Chamber of Secrets. That would be like, I settled on a vault kind of thing. How about just the Dragon of Burning for the group's image? Because it's literally a dragon burning dwarves. Yeah, I kind of wish I cared about MTG, but I really don't, and I don't want to start. So I think it's a neat crossover. Like, it makes sense to me, but like, it's not something I'm super... I particularly care for, I guess. All right, well, what do we want to bring? Somebody has a bigger engine and small muffler than their brain cell count. That just drove past my house, completely flooring it. And they made it about 10 meters closer to the light than they were before because somebody took a left and it's not a green light yet. So I'm expecting them to rev their engine again. You had to permanently cut MTG out of your life. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I wouldn't mind owning 1 or 2 of those cards, but I would just frame it and put it on my wall. Like, but at the same time, I have zero interest in like actually going out of my way to get it. So I have zero interest in actually doing it. To me, but like as I understand it, like it exists, like that crossover is happening purely because Tarn is a fan of MTG, and that was like just a thing he's always wanted to do, and it does make sense as a piece of promotional material for Myths and Magic stuff. All right, so now we just have a whole bunch of bearded dwarves. Let's just take a look at you real quick here. Dreams of raising a family. Has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. How about you? Be a animal trainer. And maybe a cook, herbalist, milker. What about you? What are you like? Very greedy, fearful in the face of imminent danger, is quite polite. Dreams of mastering a skill. Okay, well, I'll just give you le pickaxe. Maybe, some stone carving and engraving. And maybe a mason. You, what do you feel like? You're a loner who dislikes fairness, prefers to be alone, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, isn't particularly curious about the world, and is quick to form negative views about things, does not often feel lustful, and sometimes acts without deliberation, lives a fast-paced life, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square his natural tendency with respect to martial prowess. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art, finds the dealing of fair dealing foolish and cheats whenever he finds it profitable. Okay, well, in that case, you're a critical thinker. You only roll 20s when you're thinking. You're a comedian. And you're my appraiser. You're a trader is what I'm saying. I will also give you some points in brewing and planting. How about you? Dislikes helping others, lives at a high energy and kinetic pace, and is quite ambitious and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is slow to anger, and generally acts partially, and is rarely moved to mercy. He finds the mastery of skill one of the highest pursuits, finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. You values skills. Well, I'll give you mining then. And maybe like brewer, planter, butcher. I'll also update the goal command now, so I don't forget. So currently we have make Bab Dragon is going to be the goal at the minute. I can elaborate on that later. And yeah, he did. Yeah, that sounds about right. Especially in a world where, like, Mark's dwarves are super good these days. You're strong, poor empathy. Rarely looks on others with lust. Tries to assert himself in conversation. Is very humble and tends to avoid crowds. Dreams of mastering a skill. Finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Tough, strong. Dreams of mastering a skill. I kind of want to give you a few combat-related skills. Like fighter, swords dwarf, dodger maybe? And maybe give you carpenter and woodcutter. And bone carver. You. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Why don't we give you blacksmith and armorsmith? And then maybe teacher. So that we could start an armorsmith's guild off the bat. This one, you. Poor memory, zany, poor focus. Dreams of mastering a skill, doesn't particularly value loyalty and doesn't really see the point of working hard. By the way, I will enable naming dwarves when we get the first migrant wave is when I'll do that. Personally doesn't particularly value loyalty and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Dreams of mastering a skill. Poor memory, zany, poor focus, low stamina. Why don't I just give you mechanics? No, maybe not minor. Let's give you mechanics and masonry. And armor smithing. Okay, so I don't want to bring any animals because the dragons will be attracted to them. That was a 35-year-old dragon too. That is like an infant. Like, that dragon is smaller than like the size of a large cat at 35 years old. Because it, like, 1,000 years old, they hit full size. So that is like I don't even know what percent. That's like 0.03, 0.003% fully grown. Yeah, no, absolutely. Bury the chicken. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This Wizards of the Coast thing, when it popped up on my feed and I kind of figured out that it was happening yesterday, it was the first time I think I could reasonably say that this is like a vanity collaboration. You know what I mean? Like, they've had merch before. That's fine. But that stuff has all just been like merch, right? Like, that's the sort of thing just about anybody within reason wouldn't mind looking into having for themselves. It's the sort of thing people would want, you know, like mouse pads, shirts, that kind of thing. But like, this is the first thing that I've seen where it's like, I think this is just something that Tarn did because like, he just wants it. You know what I mean? Unless you want to call the, like the records vanity stuff. I have no idea. As soon as they lay eggs, and I don't know how old they need to be to lay an egg. You'd have to check the wiki, Shazilla. Okay. 35 is 3.5? Sounds about right. I don't really need that or the wheelbarrow. So that frees up some space. I kind of want an extra anvil. Let's get rid of one axe and add a pick. And I will bring some cages. Bring 5 cages. And 10 Gabbro boulders. I don't know, chat. What's a useless item I should bring? Or a less useful item? I could bring some iron bars. I could bring some bronze bars or bronze weapons. If I want to bring something useful. Well, I mean, like, Kitfox isn't directly making, what's the word? The Magic the Gathering cards. So no, they're not made from the artist. It's usually made by a third-party publisher that's contracted to make it, just like this other thing. Like, the first record from the first album was Fangamer that did the pressing, and the second one was, what's it called? Game Music Records. In Bring Tarn's harp. Let's see, is there a harp? I want to say it's his wife's harp, but yeah, there isn't really a harp. It seems to just be like drums and lutes. I could bring some RAM. I will be right back, though. RAM in this economy? Yeah, I know. I must be rich, eh? You know, in this economy more than ever, I wish that I could download more RAM. That's not really a harp, though. It's, those horizontal things where you, like, pluck strings, aren't they, generally? Is what that's kind of based on. But I can bring one of those. I don't think there's any that cost less than 50 points. Yeah, some are just very expensive. Specifically the native platinum ones. I don't know, why don't we bring some red spinach dye? Because why not? And then I've got 4 points left. So why don't we bring 2 fish? I like this contest to see whose clip gets the most viewed. It's between Clockwork Dragon 409 and Sidhu Willek. Well done, everybody. Also, I just wanted to say a real quick thank you to all those of you who've tuned in today. This is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people support me, and I wouldn't have this job if people didn't tune in and watch. So thank you to the 243, I think we had 270 on Twitch briefly earlier. And additionally, 130, looks like, on YouTube. This is the biggest crowd we've had in a minute. So, yeah. Let's dive in and catch a second dragon. There is, in fact, powders. Once again, you have arrived on a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost. What? An outpost in outer post space. For the glory of all Allah Thagush. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by boat, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the polar bears get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here, at this place. Monstermesh. You won't like him when he's angry. Strike the earth. It's the most Halloween-y, not Halloween fort I've ever built. Okay, so where do you reckon the dragon is, chat? Oh yeah, there's also a gremlin on this map. Yes. Although, the gremlin may be about to die. Oh, hey, he made it. So, quite literally, I need to put a wall right here. Although, I should save. Only if we feed it after midnight. Diamond destruct. So I see 2 options here. Option 1, I try to block it off. Option 2, I remove all the ramps. Let's see if we can block it off, chat. Flames, thank you very much for the raid. It's the first raid of the stream. Appreciate you, mate. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For the party of raiders. And mods, can I get a shout out for the raider if possible? Let's make some blocks. Okay, so now with that done, if I can just block it in, then we don't really need to worry about it. And then we can figure that out later, once I've got a better population. Otherwise, eagle people? All right, I'm just gonna say arbitrary Big Lebowski meme here. Because, man, I fucking hate the Eagles. But, what's the theme gimmick? We caught a dragon and then retired the fort so the dragon would, hopefully, with a lot of luck, migrate to this fort. And I'm trying to lock this dragon behind a wall. If it doesn't work, I will reload. So who's the very brave? Thob. Furnace equal. Rip. All right, well, try that again. Continue active game. Monster Smash. Start. That wouldn't be very dwarfy. That would be very goblin-y. Ouch. Yeah, well. At least it was over quickly. It's not like normal fire where you slowly melt and feel a lot of pain and frustration and anger. It's nice and quick, so. I'm going to go up here. Oh. Was there any changes worth looking into? Like, is there anything that affects me directly right now? Or is it a, same old, same old? I'm kind of expecting same old, same old. It's usually just they nerf some meta that people are using to overly make money. That's usually how it is, and then clarifying stuff. Is there a goal for this fortress? I only explained it about a minute and a half ago. And about 245,000 times. Sure, chat can help, though. Slight exaggeration, but you know. I mean, you gotta self-promo your own clip, man. No, you don't need to apologize, but I think you probably heard me say that. Otherwise, I don't think you'd be apologizing, but it's fine. C'est la vie. No, the plan is to acquire dragon and breed dragon. We've already acquired one dragon, sort of, and now I'm trying to acquire this dragon. I do have a command, ! Goal. Marky. You could try typing it in if you wanted. It's also up to date. It doesn't work in the YouTube chat because I don't have a bot in the YouTube chat. I don't feel like running one. I don't think there's enough dragons in the world for that to be a plausible thing. However, hydras, that is possible because hydras are born full grown. So they give kind of a lot of meat and they breed pretty quickly and don't need nest boxes or eggs or anything. But because dragons lay eggs, like, it's I'm not going to say it's impossible because it probably isn't, but like that would be very, very difficult to actually get enough dragons for that. By embarking and looking? Pseudonym Spike? And then quitting without saving once I looked? That's usually how I check embarks. I embark there, don't prepare carefully, look, and if I see a thing there, I go, cool. And then I quit without saving. It is extremely easy to mod dragons to age faster. Swiper, no swiping. Now we see if we can do that. Fob again. Furnace equal. Are you going to equal a furnace by the time you get there? We will find out. Probably. Bow! So close. So close! If you were sorry, you wouldn't need to apologize. So I don't believe you, Bert. All right, we're going to try a different strat then. Although I'm starting to think that Chad is becoming Canadian. They think apologizing is funny. Which is actually very Canadian. Sorry about that there, bud. You're the sorriest person you know? I mean, I'm sorry about existing, but that's just a different level of trauma that I'm not going to subject upon my chat. Let's go here. I don't think I've ever said sorry for apologizing too much. I just say sorry for offending you and don't ever mean it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's unfortunate you feel that way. Really ain't any trees out here. The other thing I could do... What the shit? I don't even know what that was. What key combo did I hit? Huh. Never seen that before. Is that your bed obsession? Bed obsession? Okay, so now that I've made those, we're a dragon. I don't know if the dragon's gonna see them. It very well may. But I would rather it very well April instead of May. Okay, so far so Dwarf. I feel like I could probably place a wall right there right now. Let's just do this. Go up to here. I feel like I should put blocks there instead, but... Let's just get rid of that, actually. I regret that. Instead, I'll do this. That was not the direction I was expecting that dwarf to go, but let's see. Ah! Okay, well, we made it. Let's not do that. What's the plan here? Get dragon in cage. Is the plan here. With as few casualties as possible. No, I'm removing its exits. I'm not making a roof. Basically, I want this to be the only way in and out. Oh god, if it sees them. Okay, you stop continuing. Let's actually deconstruct you. Yeah, that's what Canada translates to if you translate the name of Canada into English. Dedrian. This I may have to suspend if dragon starts to move, but those are both caged up. That's going to get built. And we've got Thob, Servesh, moving up to where dragon at. Oh, okay, so it still does have another exit, but it's nice and far away at the moment, which is actually good for us. I don't even know how it got there. Oh, did it go out this way? Oh, it must have. Okay, so now we're waiting for the cages to fill up that one and fill up this one. Oh, gremlin. Here they come. Never expected it to happen. Yeah, I mean, it's been in the patch notes and news updates all the time. But, you know, it'll be this year, that's for sure. Right now we're just in a routine patch that makes the game more convenient in many ways era, which is nice. But Myths and Magic isn't quite out just yet. Easy now, Dwarf. Oh, yeah. Making me sweat here. Okay, so let's just jump back down here and go blocks. And we'll slowly block it in. And something will eventually tempt it over. I need this dragon to move north a little bit, and I need to put a floor right there. Unless it's too smart for me, in which case then I won't be able to. Where's the gremlin? I should catch the gremlin. Once I catch the dragon. It's weird to just have a gremlin on the map. Normally they just leave the map. It must be because we happen to settle right on top of it, right? Oh, there we go. That's what we needed. I'm very worried about this at the minute. I'm actually just going to pause it. I want the dragon to move north again. There we go. Let's unpause it. I don't want the dragon to be able to see the dwarf. Dragon claws the monitor in the lower body, which tears apart the stomach. The dragon claws the dwarf, the miner in the first toe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Run, Locum! Not that way. Is Locum still alive, though? Now the question is, what route home are you going to take? Is it one that's going to end with you catching fire? This is going to be a little tough. Antimata, thank you very much for
Crypt
the
beer.
4th month. Welcome back with Prime. Astos is going to go see what he can do. Gets rid of that. Then comes back around and then removes that. Okay. Let's try this. All right, so dragon's only way in and out is out through here now. Which means I should be able to place a block here. And then I should be able to place a block here. And there. It looks like there still is an opening. I mean, the dragon can leave through these corners. It can jump, but it would have to jump. It's easier for it to just go straight here. Which it's not guaranteed to take. I mean, it can still go north and out. Do I have enough blocks? Oh, I can make enough. I can make more if I need them. And then the last thing that I need to do would be that. And then maybe this. Because eventually the dragon will come this way, and when it does, we can trap it. It'll have no other way out but this. The question is, do I try to block off these? I do, don't I? I will enable seasonal saving, which is currently off. But if you use the redemption, I'll save, otherwise no. Okay. The dwarves are running, because it's breathing fire. But it usually doesn't go through corners. Ladies and gentlemen, dwarves and chats, we got them. Just like a real quick round of applause for everybody who took part, and for those of you who spent time here watching the stream. And I would never have been able to do it without you, or actually I just wouldn't have had the inspiration or the desire to do it without you, so I could have done it without you, but I wouldn't have, because I wouldn't have thought of it. So, now let's get all this stuff taken apart, get all this stuff deconstructed, and let's hope that other dragon shows up. Clean. Classic. Excellent. Well job, dwarves. And we need to figure out where we're going to put this fortress. Although I think I am actually going to... Let me go down to here and just plug this with a gabbro brick. And then we can make the fortress in the little cave that the dragon lived in. Actually, let me go a little deeper. Ooh. Okay, how about instead of that, we cancel that. We'll go a little deeper. Maybe smooth this. Ooh. Oh, oh, that's the stuff. That's the stuff times 2. That's what we're talking about. How about we go down to here? We're dwarfs, Rich. That's a little lower down. Lignite. Hard pause. Gotta stop. Gotta go deeper. Deeply in something greedily. Dolomite? Are you telling me? We've already got all of the tools necessary to make steel? Well, that's pretty dope. Cancel that. Oh, wild. Crazy. I do actually kind of need to know where the caves are. Because there's no wood on the surface. So why don't we go to right here and block that. An ad is about to start. I will pause the game when the ads start. This is a joke. Don't take it as something that happens. Since they finally updated it with the new update, does the game explode when they try to change armor and shoes now? I haven't tried. Why would it explode? I guess I don't really get how that's a joke. They're supposedly going to like replace shoes with armor. I just haven't really messed around with it in that way yet to find out. So I don't know. You'd love to be able to make beds from anything else aside from wood. There's like 24 mods for that. Imagine a dragon bone bed. You could stud a bed with dragon bone. A dragon bone throne. Ooh. Actually, I think dragon furniture, or bone furniture and stuff, makes more sense to me than beds necessarily. I just wish that there was 2 types of beds. Basic beds, which are only made from wood, and then fancy beds that are made from cloth plus material. Because that would just make a lot of sense to me. So I'm just going to tell them to auto-mine all of this magnetite, I think. And then we're going to move into the magnetite, I guess. But first, we'll just do the default mine around the edge of the ramps. You know, Huh. I'm trying to think how I could play this into the fort's design. Aside from the obvious, like, you know, we're only going to live in the old, dugout magnetite areas. Dragon bone nest box? I mean, that's just mean. Just use a chicken, because that's just a shitty dragon. I mean, what is a rooster if not a shitty dragon? Let's be honest. I think I brought some extra picks. Can't remember. Yep, most certainly did. So it's about to be trading season. Oh shit, actually, something that we need to do that I haven't yet. I need to get the dragon training so the gremlin doesn't release it. Because otherwise, anybody, like, the dragon could just be released. And that wouldn't be good. Also, we should get the dragon placed. No, I hadn't really thought about doing that, but yeah, I guess that would work. I just like to dig around it versus forbid them. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. Okay, so we're trying to tame. That's interesting that it says tame off the bat, but we now have semi-wild Durgan. It is hilarious, says Swiper. I can't deny it. It is very funny of a thought. And then put the dragon down there. Dig out the dragon box a little bit. Why did I mine around the ramps? So I can tell the dwarves to auto mine and not have them mine out my ramps so the dwarves get stuck. So I can just do this now. We'll just mine out this whole thing and they'll still be able to get in and out of that. That's why. I cannot do that without DF hack, and to my knowledge, it hasn't updated yet, Diamond. So I have not validated anything. No idea. I'm sorry, what? Oh, that's from the previous one. You've made it to the first stream that you've made it to. Congratulations for making it to a stream, Edu Sud. I've never seen a dragon hatchling in games since they added hatchlings, because previously I've seen baby dragons, but that was back when dragons were just born full grown. So it just said dragon, like 0 years old, 1 year old, or whatever. So now we wait and find out if we can make babies. You're going to lurk a bit, enjoy your lurks a bit. One of the new magic cards has the quote, Kogan likes dragons for their terrible majesty. I haven't actually read them, but fair. I don't know. Out of genuine curiosity, is anybody here going to try and get those cards? This isn't me pressuring anybody into trying to get them. I'm just curious if anybody is actually planning to. Because, like, I was talking with Clino in DMs earlier. By earlier, I mean yesterday. And there's some discussion as to whether or not there's going to be a lot of people interested in Magic the Gathering Dwarf Fortress cards, or, like, 2 people. They don't really appeal to you? Yes, sigh. Okay. So there's one. You wait if you had the money. Yeah, you know, honestly, if I had like stupid amounts of disposable income, I would consider it, but I kind of don't right now. So you work at a card store, so yep. Well, okay, fair enough. I mean, that's like resale value too. All right, well, let's just go down here and say food. You know, grab a few packs and see if you're lucky. That's a question that I can't answer, Kage, because like they cost the price of random packs that may or may not have them. But I'm sure once they're out, you could buy them on resale market for money amount. That's a secret lair drop. It's not random. Okay, well then that once again shows how little I know about these things. It's a Scalper's Dream release. I guess that would make sense because it's a rabid fan base of people who like this game, and there's not a lot of us. If I could just buy them at cost for just the cards and not have to like worry about them selling out or scalpers, then I'd be interested. But because there's like that concept of scalpers, I'm just not interested. There's a dating joke in there, but I can't quite think of it. Billy Television. Or Belly Television. I always read your name as Billy. I don't know why. Reckless Townwalk and Fob have become lovers. He exhibits a refined politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of decorum and etiquette, and is curious, sometimes to his detriment, and is prone to hatreds and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He is trusting and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Should be $40 for all of them? For 5 cards? Yeah, no, sorry. Like the maximum I'd be willing to pay for that is about $3. So I don't have any like sense of value of Magic cards, really. Like I would have as much value if I took a high quality printer and printed them on cardboard and like made them myself and stuck them in a frame. That would have about as much value for me as like owning the actual cards. So this is also why I'm not into Magic, really. I don't understand the question. When you're talking about layers, you just need to expose layers in the overworld and then explore them. Like, you need to find the layers in adventure mode or enable the setting at world gen so that they're visible and then just go look. I don't really know how else you would find those without just looking. Like, that's how you find things, is you look. You don't like that one? I didn't even look at what it said. That's maybe the piece of merch that I've been the most on the fence about that they've done. It's like that one, I don't know. I don't like big collector's bundles like that. I kind of wish that they were just selling the Gorlak plushie on its own. And I kind of don't like the fact that it's just a render. It feels a little bit hard to gauge the quality of at the moment. Where can you find cards like those? Well, not at a Hallmark. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of a bit of a... I have no interest in Magic the Gathering, so... Like, quite literally, like, I have zero interest. Actually, I don't want to put seeds of any kind in here at the minute. It's fine though. Yeah, same. Romanoid. You want the Gorlak plushie? It's so cute. You could probably get one for cheaper if you went to somebody who was good at knitting and commissioned one. Do you just want a big dumb cushion? Dwarf Fortress throw blanket I'd be into. I think like it's gonna be very easy for me to just look like I'm a bit of a downer on the whole concept of Dwarf Fortress and Magic the Gathering, but that's just because I have very addictive tendencies when it comes to collecting things like that. And I know that if I got into Magic the Gathering, the game in general, I would probably just be broke. And I don't think that is a very good use of my time or money. And I feel that there's a lot of ways that... I'm going to try and catch this gremlin. I feel that there is a lot of ways that that would actively make my life worse. And I don't really want to fall into that, you know? Because if I can catch that gremlin, this fort will be hysterical from the get-go. I mean, I have no interest, Daragorn. I don't like card games, really. I don't like things that, like, are artificial gambling or real gambling, generally. I also don't really have much interest in anything to do with Magic the Gathering outside of, like, the splash art. And if I want Magic the Gathering splash art, I can just make my desktop background Magic the Gathering stuff. And that's more than enough for me. So that's why I'm curious if chat's interested in it, because, like, it is something that I kind of actively avoid, for lack of a better term. Okay, so now that all that's done, let's go up here, place that, deconstruct you once that is placed. You only went back to aim. Hello. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the Bolt of Contests is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. I just avoided a very quick and sudden Bernie death. I need a broker, who is my expedition leader. Now, there's an add everything button, chat. Look at that. Ah! Does it do multiple categories? Ah! That's part of the patch today. I don't really have anything that I can sell of value, so I'm just going to sell a few things of a few things, because I quite literally have nothing. There's also the ability to filter, or apparently the ability to filter different items in and out easier. Why don't I just go up here and just say mechanic? Where's the traders? Pretty far away still. The expedition leader meets with the outpost liaison. The world is the same as ever? Okay. I'm just going to ask for wood. They want crutches and toys next year. So the other thing apparently that you can see now is accepted petitions. I just don't know where you would look. Or where that menu is going to be. Oh, shit! Unrelated, but some migrants have arrived, which means I can turn this on. A dragon? Is that a dwarf? I mean, if you want, I didn't say it was off limits, so I guess that's on me. Clockwork is the first of 2 dragons. He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and is very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He greatly is moved by art, natural beauty, and is troubled by this. Where was I? He's very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he is greatly moved by art, natural beauty, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He likes to brawl, and he is quick to anger and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He occasionally overindulges and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Welcome to the fort. You're 340 years ancient. Look at you, old man. Actually, it's young for one of these, but you got 17 notable kills, as well as 36 others. And we're going to get an expedition leader up here to go trade at Depot. I don't remember. Like, Long Death was 4 or 5 years ago now. Like, I started that fort in 2020, and it finished in 2022. 6 years ago. I don't know. I'm pretty sure at some point it moved into the Age of Legends, but I do not actually know. I'm gonna grab... Ooh. Not gonna do that. 240 in value. Just gonna buy that pig. And the copper cage. Trade. Thank you for your business, they say. And now I just need one additional trap loaded. How much is the dragon worth? You could check on the wiki. I don't know. 5,000 something? Don't know until the appraiser's better, but 5,000 something Dwarf bucks. Not great, not terrible. If anybody's wondering, we didn't get any dwarves that are notable from the previous fort from the looks of things. Mickey says 10,000. It's a cautious estimate. But yeah, that sounds right. And I'm just going to go down to here, get rid of this, get rid of the wagon. This is slowly getting mined out down here, since most of the dwarves are going up here to remove construction. Tell the Dragon Cat explosion? I don't know. It depends on if my guess of how the old mechanics work still work the way I guess they work. It depends on if and when that other dragon appears. Which we don't know if that's going to happen just yet. We can hope, but we don't know. All right, so this is hopefully a gremlin catching post. I'm just going to go up a little bit. Just dig out this stuff. So you gave him yours? I thought this was going to be like and that was the only way we ever quit Magic the Gathering, but instead you just gave him yours. That's awful that you had a house fire, though. That's like my worst nightmare. That's kind of a lot, actually. In regards to number of dragons in the world. Okay, so... Cavern is down here. Cobaltite. Tetrahedrite. I kind of want to go down this way. There's also gold down here. Oh, found the aquifer. Yep, there's the aquifer. So something I could do, if I want to skip digging through this, which I kind of do, is I could dig through this on this side, which will let them down into the caverns, and then let them dig through this down here, and then they'll dig up vertically through the aquifer and not pause, and then we can go in and smooth it once they're done digging it. Although, there was something in the notice saying that, was there a game setting? Is that what it said? There's something to do with allowing dwarves to tunnel through wet and hot stone. But I don't know if that's a setting or not. Let me just check the patch notes, actually. Oh, and some of them are notable cave dragons. Yeah, cave dragons are very different. I'm just looking at the patch notes real quick here. Change behavior of bin selections, properly sized fortresses. Items suffer less stat through age. Added standing orders. Okay, where is that? Added standing orders allowing mining designations to globally ignore new, warm, and damp stone warnings. Okay, so then that makes sense. So it would be... Okay, fuck it, actually. Let's not do it this way. Let's just test this then. There you go. Mining continues through new damp stone. Mining continues through new warm stone. Let's see. Let's see how that feels. And then let's go down to here. So it's huge for accidentally flooding your base with an aquifer? Oh yeah. I mean, it's huge regardless, but... The only few things I think that they still need, Sable Limp in YouTube chat, who says that this patch just added everything they use DF hack for. The only thing that I think we're still missing is just better searchable menus. Like, quite literally, I think like that's the one thing that I still kind of miss some of the DF hack functionality over. Oh, and a quick save. Give me a quick save, and I might actually disable all of DF hack's features and UI. And let me quit directly to Legends. We're about to get hit by an ad break, chat, so we'll pause the game when the ads start. Give us a search bar in World Gen and your life is yours? What would you search for in World Gen? In World Gen? Oh, you mean Advanced World Gen? Yeah, no, I agree. If you mean Advanced World Gen, then yes, wholeheartedly, could not agree more. You like DF hack for trading? What do you use it for in trading? Because you can now select all when sending stuff to trading menus, and you can also sort through bins now. I'll have to make some bins and try that, actually. All those parameters, yeah, no, I agree. You did say almost? Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a few things that, like... There's also some things that DF hack does that I know some people really like, Sable Limp in YouTube chat, that I don't think they'll ever add to the game. Because DF hack makes it way too easy to spot threats and things, which I personally think is cheating. It makes the game boring. I don't want to know if there's enemies still left. I want to have to manually check. I don't want to be told if there's hostiles on the map when they're in stealth and stuff like that. Like, that's just... Game too easy. Me no like. I mean, hey, it was a thing you decided to do and we had fun. We needed hobbies as part of that fort. People who don't remember those days, Stone, don't realize just how fucking boring that fort actually was. So we needed to, like, make our own fun in a way with it, if that makes sense. So I don't know. I don't think it was that strange. But I need to get down underground here so that we can get some food consumed. And in here, I'm just going to place a meeting room. And maybe let's make this into an armor guild before other stuff gets out of hand. I do really like that it states what this is. Let's make it public, because this is new. So anybody can now meet there. And you're going to go carve downward staircase. I feel like you're kind of an anomaly in that case, Real Wispy, because often, as somebody who teaches people how to play this game, what I often see happening is DF hack removes a lot of friction for learning the game. That is true. But the result, in my experience, has almost always been people who lean on DF hack while learning the game then never learn how to actually play the game. And it develops a lot of really bad habits really quickly, to the point where then I'm explaining to experienced players basic mechanics because they just automated them out the gate with DF hack, and I've always found that extraordinarily frustrating. As somebody who's like wants people to know this game and learn it as much and in as complete a form as possible, and so I find it very frustrating when people are like, no, it works this way. I'm like, no, that's not how it works, dude. And you've probably seen that in chat, but I want to say that in my experience, at least, you are the exception to the rule from what I've seen. Oh shit, I found bismuth. Wasn't I just saying I haven't found bismuth in forever? Yeah, this is like not safe. But it does work. Because, like, I've had people, admit is maybe the wrong word. I've had people tell me that they don't understand how, like, basic clothing management in Dwarf Fortress works after having played for hundreds of hours, because they just never bothered learning because they used the DF hack function and never moved past that. Which, like, honestly just means that this game's too obtuse. Like, it's a fault of the game's design, not DF hack. I think it's, like, unfair of me to lay those issues on DF hack. Like, the game needs to explain itself better, and it's had to do that basically as long as I've played. But that is one of the very clear results that I see. Certainly. I had the exact opposite experience, but I also learned the game years before most people in chat here did. Drosta. So when I first installed and started learning DF hack with Dwarf Fortress, I had DF hack installed, but then very quickly uninstalled it because I found that playing Dwarf Fortress with DF hack running, this granted was like 2011, made the game significantly less stable and significantly less consistent, and led to a lot of instances of saves getting corrupted and the game crashing. So my experience when I was learning the game was very much, this shit don't work all the time and is inconsistent and causes more problems than solutions. So I kind of intentionally went out of my way to not deal with DF hack off the bat, because I found that the more that I messed with it, the more broken the game felt and played. So, you know, I think that, like, people have had different experiences with learning this game, and that's cool. And it's neat that the options exist. And my feelings and opinions are not gospel. Don't speak for anybody or everybody. And see, that's something that I disagree with pretty heavily, Drosta. Like, you're just like, it just fixes so many bugs. It doesn't. Does not fix a single bug. But I do think it certainly perpetuates the notion that things in Dwarf Fortress are bugged. And in some cases, sure. Could they be better? Absolutely. I could not disagree with that take more, though. A little bit of missed. Yep. Haven't missed anything. Certainly, but that's, like, besides the point today. Nope, one of them's male, one of them's female. In regards to the dragons. See, I hate DF hack automation because it feels like the game is playing itself and I don't have to learn or remember anything. And I can't stand that. Dead because. Unless I completely misread the UI, but I went back and checked and I'm pretty sure the other one was female. And this one is male. Maybe I'm wrong though, I don't know. Chat could go check if they want, but... Okay. I need to get down into the cavern layer down here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm actually going to use this, by the way. This is... I think I also stand by my old theory of, like, if you're just able to dig directly through an aquifer, you're going to make your life harder. So I'll let them finish out digging out this stairway, and then I'm going to turn that setting off, because I don't think I want that. Which is basically, like, here up, more or less. Although there is bismuth there, and it's all in the aquifer. I dug through an aquifer. Water fell. There's now a setting where you can... well, not a setting. You can now go to labor, standing orders, other, and you can tell them to dig directly through damp stone, which that didn't exist before, and I was testing it. And there's nothing else to explain, really. So there's water there because I dug through an aquifer. Because I tried enabling that new setting. I've always been a big proponent that, like, you don't actually want that. You don't want them to automatically dig through liquids, and I think outside of, like, end game, I think that still holds true for me. I don't. Agua Lost. I actually really dislike that feature in DF hack. It's one of my most, like, heated dislikes, I would say, in DF hack, personally. I don't really agree, Radiant, but outside of very, very, very end game, I think it's actually just going to lead to people breaking their fortresses faster, but I'm sure they'll figure that out. Rather than standing orders? Okay. What if you like being punished for impotence? I don't like people leaving negative reviews for Dwarf Fortress because they died due to their own dumb. And I think things that enable that is bad, generally. Usually what actually happens when your dwarves don't actually come back from a raid, it's not a bug, generally. It's usually because they either defected or died. So, there's a dead gremlin down there? What? Wild. I kind of refuse to agree that that's a bug. It's the only bug that exists there usually if a squad just doesn't come back from a raid is the fact that it doesn't delete them from the squad screen. Because when they die, it's supposed to remove them from the squad screen. But I've had squads where some of them come back and then you look at the thing and it's like, oh, they died. And then they're still listed there as not on the map, but they're dead. So I'm sure there's some instances where squads leave for a raid and then never do come back, just like when Dad left to get more cigarettes. But in general, I think that's mostly just like a poorly explained mechanic that's often misrepresented as a bug. Are non-noble dwarves are happier if they have an office? Absolutely. All dwarves like having things that they don't need. Like if you give dwarves their own little dining room, they're way happier. And that's honestly like my biggest issue with DF hack, just on principle, is a lot of things are bugs that are actually not, that people refer to bugs because you can get around the thing with DF hack. And there's a lot of bugs that this game has, which are bugs, but aren't actually bugs in the way people think they're bugs, and then they get mad at the game and DF hack because DF hack can't fix them. It's like, if you have a dwarf that leaves the map and they don't come back as part of a squad, there's a DF hack command, which is fix stuck units or retrieve units. Actually, retrieve units is the command, or fix retrieve units. Yeah, that fix lost unit or fix stuck units is for traders, which barely ever works, by the way. But if you use the retrieve units, if they reappear, it was a bug. If they don't, they're dead, and the UI is just not updating, which is still a bug, but it's not a bug in the way people think it is a bug, and I like DF hack. It is a great piece of software. I use it. I can't wait for it to update so that I can update Legends for you guys. But I do think it causes almost as much harm as it does good when it comes to helping people learn the game. But I think that's just like the way of video games, and there isn't too much you can do about that. I don't think like there's necessarily a fix for that, and I don't think it's necessarily like a bad thing per se. It's just, I guess, the reality of video games. All right. Everybody's getting armor smithing demonstrations. I mean, I had several legendary spear squads in my last fort tank that I sent off map, and they all died to one elephant. So, like, I feel you. Been there, man. It's tough sometimes. Don't set out your champions that you don't want to lose, I guess. Also, check this out. We've got a llama wool crown, which was definitely the possession, or the llama bone crown, which was definitely the possession of the dragon. And so we're going to assign that to you. Llama bone crown. Go get him, tiger. Did the other dragon show up yet? I don't know. Did it? The last time I did this, it took 4 years for the other dragon to show up. So, we'll see. That would be very quick if it did. Don't mind the pile of blood. Oh, that's what killed the gremlin. Huh. 3 gremlins dead, eh? Holy shit. That's actually kind of insane. That's actually kind of nuts. That there was so many gremlins here. Well, I guess this means I should try and catch more gremlins. Maybe try and catch them underground as well, because I've got... Okay. Farming, we need to just get up and running right away. Farming and food, we just need to get going. Once I've got farming and food, let's just go up to a point where I can build one of these. Once we have farming and food, I need to... Yeah, shush. I need a manager. This is maybe my favorite change. Oh, jeez. So let's just do 80 rock blocks. Let's go to objects. No, labor, stone use. Don't use dolomite. Yeah, cool. Plus cave visitors are both kind of rare to see. Well, the reason I really want to see this is traders are supposed to bring clothing that is sized for whatever's in the fortress, right? So if we end up with a gremlin in the fortress, wouldn't they technically try to like provide stuff for them? Actually, let's do plump helmets there. And my woodcutter is doing what? Felling trees. There you are. Let's just throw some tower cap logs over here and we'll use that for a seed stockpile. They might move very slowly, but yeah. I don't generally equip all types of armor because I value dwarves to be a bit more agilic and faster. You can like super over-equip dwarves if you want to. If you really want to understand like how armor and clothing in Dwarf works, I do recommend playing adventure mode. Because then you can like manually equip your dwarf and figure out exactly what they can and cannot wear. It'll make things a lot clearer when it comes to like their abilities in the fortress itself. That's slightly unnerving. I kind of just want to put wood walls across this. Just because I just don't want these dwarves running directly past that. It just seems unwise. I don't understand the question, Garunux. Did a dwarf die? No. If that's the question. Okay, I'll leave that open until they get all that hauled up. All right, down here, I'm just going to throw all this down, and I'm going to go food and then seeds, but I'm going to say pigtails, plump helmets, cave wheat, dimple cups, query, bush. No idea. No, rock nuts. Rock nuts as opposed to roll nuts, and sweet pods. You're the manager. It's up to you to remember the name of this, because I won't. All right, Odinson has an overinflated sense of self-worth, and she finds humor in most situations. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she is assertive. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She likes to take it easy and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and can handle stress. She has an active imagination. You'll be damned what? Or bolts. Other bismuth. She likes to take it easy and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She can handle stress, and she points and shakes her finger when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill, and personally doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. She is scrawny, very Odin, and her hair is tied in a ponytail. She has a clear voice, and her ears are somewhat splayed. You are in love with Thob the animal trainer. He's a bit of a heart thob, if you know what I'm saying. And you don't worship any religion, but you do worship Zashidim. Oh, rockin' me nuts! It was a very dwarven saying, I would say. Or I would think. Is other Bismuth here, or is it just Bismuth? Could I name a gremlin Vaughn? If I catch one, I will name it Von Gremlin. And a dragon has reverted to a wild state. It's now Thob's full-time gig to take care of that gremlin. I mean, dragon. I might actually just be out of food to train it. I did not miss out on the caravan? What? I traded with the caravan, excuse me. I bought a cage. Not now. Not now. Maybe in July or late June? Tank? But if you watch the little, if you type an exclamation point patch in the Twitch chat, you'll get a link to a video that was uploaded on the Kit Fox channel this morning, which includes a whole bunch of different things that are coming in the coming weeks and months. And one of those things is, did I fuck up?
Letter and cheered. X1000.
Letterin, thank you very much for the $10 dues. I appreciate you. What? I'm very confused. Hold on. If I go here. So somewhere I just... Yeah, I think this broke it. Must have. Because... Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. Lamau. You go right here and just make beds. Just 10 of them. We'll start making flooring out of rock salt once we get a few more blocks down. It also does make logical sense to make steel instead of iron. I think it makes logical sense to make steel weapons instead of iron weapons, but like unless you have an abundance of magnetite and like dolomite or something else, it's a little bit harder, in my opinion, to justify it. We also have some facts about dragon training now, which you love to see. Gonna put a drawbridge down there. I really need to mark these locations. You can be F3. You like steal furniture and statues due to its value? Oh god. Some people, maybe not me, I respect the audacity, but some people would condemn you for wasting such amount, like any amount of steel like that. Send you to the goblin camp for such a sin against dwarven society. Which isn't always available? Sure. But I do have it available. I also have lignite, which I didn't really mention, but... So I can do some fun stuff. We are very much cooking when it comes to this fort, let me tell you. Oh, by the way, I just want to let you know, chat, that we've doubled up on the daily minimum today, so we had... Like, today has been better than any day last week, with the exception of the one day where I played Minecraft, because Minecraft paid for it. But thank you, chat. Appreciate you. Also, we're real close to 1,000 subs again. 980 right now. Has the dev ever thought of elevators? Dev has thought about basically everything that's ever been suggested, and I don't think it's possible to suggest things that haven't been suggested before because of how long this game has been around. The dev has been asked about elevators many times. In fact, I've asked the dev about elevators because I've asked questions from the community on those live streams that we do sometimes, which maybe I should think about doing again, maybe around the time those dinos get released. Airships have been talked about, flying fortresses have been talked about, mining clouds to make flying fortresses has been talked about. Will any of it happen? Fuck if I know. Maybe when I see it. Till then, whatever. Different faction. Gazoom. But yes, same world. You still want moon forts? How do you know that there are moons in... Well, actually, they do talk about how the moon orbits the world in books sometimes, so... I like the idea that there just, like, isn't any moons, and the dwarves just have a big blind spot. Or it's actually just, like, Armok's eyeball blinking at them. But the dwarves need oxygen, so you'd need to send vampires to the moon. Or zombies to the moon. Because the dwarves would, like, suffocate. Which wouldn't be optimal. Or make spacesuits. Dwarves don't have that kind of tech. Come on, don't be silly. If dwarves can't make, like, a submersible, they absolutely... No, it's a vamponaut. Get it right. With magic, they will? They might? Remove their need to breathe? That sounds awful. It's more like a curse than magic. What the fuck? Chat, YouTube added something, and it just freaked me the hell out. Because this is brand new. So this is my YouTube channel right now. And then I see this. And I'm like, what the shit? Why did I make a short of a screenshot? I didn't do that. Because I thought it was a short. And I click on it, and it's like, oh. It's my post. So wait, we see views on posts now? Apparently we see views on posts now. That's weird. Are they considered shorts? No? Weird. I assume this is just a new post feature. But, like, genuinely spooked me. I mean, I like the stats. The stats are nice. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's like that's actually like a not a bad feature. But like, it just caught me off guard when I saw it. I mean, it's nice to know how many people see posts. You know, in a post long form video society, I like to know how my posts are doing. All right, let's go make some beverages. Because we want an out. What are they going to go brew first? A pigtail. If you come up with a crazy idea, you should know that NASA's probably already calculated that. You know what my favorite line from the Artemis space mission has been, Grundick? I'm saying this just because you said NASA, but is the leave the toilet as is and don't touch it because we want to study it when you get back is maybe the funniest thing that has that happened during that. Like, it's pretty grim if you take into consideration that, like, they went to the moon and back with a non-functional toilet. But, like, I have two outlooks and neither of them works. Come on. No, how do you want us to leave the toilet? Leave it as is so we can study it when you get back. Is funnier than I have two outlooks and neither of them works. I have two outlooks and neither of them works is expected. Like, they should have seen that one coming. There is also that one radio quote from one of the Apollo missions, which is, "Why is there a flying turd?" Or no, it's, "Why is there a flying turd? Quick, hand me a napkin so I can deal with it." Anyone seen the floating Nutella? I saw social media posts from the Nutella accounts about that. But I didn't actually hear the line. Basically, I heard about it after the fact, essentially. I do like the fact that there has been a Wi-Fi signal on the other side of the moon now. I also love the fact that they had Wi-Fi in the spaceship. There's some things I don't need to know about space travel, you know? I'm already not interested in going to space, and, like, this is making me less interested in personally going to space. I like being on Earth where gravity works, thanks. I like it whenever an astronaut in a spaceship, oh hi Mark, says vibes. It's like they really are human too. No, they had Wi-Fi for the Surface Pros that they had up there. They literally had wireless signal and phones, which also had wireless signal. It's still a Wi-Fi, like, yeah, it's not connected to the outer web, but it's a Wi-Fi signal that is connecting the devices together. Because that's the network that they were flying with. That's literally what the specs say, was that they had Wi-Fi compatible devices, which were connecting them to the, like, laser sat thing that would fire it back at Earth. They're just normal phones. But the router is routing it through satellite after the fact. Yes, but within the... Anyways, I give up. If chat wants to go look it up, chat can go look it up. But I looked it up because I was curious. What am I doing? I'm moving that over here and then that over here. Okay. Let's go stoneworker. Do you need a new game to experience the patch? I've told KitFox that they really, really, really need to make this a disclaimer at the top of every patch. They tell you if you need to, historically. So, if it doesn't say anything in the patch, you don't need to. But hopefully they get the hint at some point and just state, no, you don't need to. Because no, you don't need to. It's all UI and, like under the hood mechanics stuff, not, like... How do I put this? Not world gen related stuff. The only time you need to make a new world is if there's world gen specific changes, which there wasn't. It's literally just user interface, usability stuff. I did make a new fort for 2 reasons, though. The first one being I was bored of the old one, and the second one being it's a new patch, so I know more people will tune in, and I know even more people will tune in if I start a new fort. So I started a new fort, mostly because I was bored of the other one, and also because I knew more people would watch, and I don't know, it's been some slow weeks, so I can get a slightly busier day if I just start a new fort. Yeah, I know. Schlurperderp. That mods have to be declared pre-thing. But you need to realize that the vanilla content in Dwarf Fortress is, like, and you might know this from, like, the modding manager. But when you add in, like, a new UI, you have to get rid of the old UI. But the old UI is filtered and placed and checked by the game the exact same way as the modded UI. So if you go in and you... are using, I don't know, different UI elements, or if you're using, I don't know, a mod that adds other species or whatever. If it requires you removing something, the vanilla stuff is considered a mod, technically. So, yes. The more you know, the easier the game is. Although I don't think DF Hack is updated yet, so. Let's get some beds made for these poor dwarves. Was just updated? All right, time to restart the game so I can give you guys a Legends update. Can confirm hasn't. Has it or hasn't it? Chat, has it or hasn't it? Now I don't know who to believe. Chat, is DF Hack updated? If it hasn't, then everybody at Schlurperderp and say you lied to me. And sneer. And grumble. And bitch. Thank you for your decisive confidence in that statement, Necrontier. Schrodinger's DF Hack. Mate, that's been all day. Although it's more like Schlorpinger's DF Hack. Nothing to do with anything, but I have 91,969 YouTube subscribers. Nice. It has not updated. You lied to me. Because it needs to be 53.12. So no, it hasn't updated. You failed me. I will forgive you in about 18 seconds. Until then, I will never forgive you. All right, you're forgiven. I'm over it. To the elves? No. I instead sentence him to 6 weeks of hard labor until next booze. Sip. He didn't lie. Nah, it's fine. I should actually know the version number of the game because then I would have figured it out. I am very happy with this update, though. Unrelated. In front, so you assumed? I did not make a donkey out of you. You tried to help, and I appreciate it. Thank you for the attempt. We got 9 booze. What are you talking about? Also, dwarves only drink, what, once a month-ish? So you don't actually need that much booze as a dwarf. It'll be fine. Dwarves don't actually drink that much. Like, actually follow a dwarf for a while. The end is beer. Like, it's very obvious in those videos where I follow one dwarf for a month. Or a month of real time, I guess. 10 years in game. Those 2 videos, because both of them, like, they don't actually drink all that often. They really don't. Like, do they drink? Yes, but they don't drink that much. They don't drink as much as people think they do. It's like they need to drink every day in adventure mode, but in fortress mode, it's abstracted a bit. So the result of that is they don't need to drink as much as I think people think they do, as some people think they do. I'm actually going to deconstruct this cage, and I'm going to move the dragon. I want the dragon to be where I can see it, so it's less likely to get out. Okay, so let's just go bed, bed, bed. Bed. That's not what I wanted. The one quality of life feature that I'm kind of sad didn't make it in this time around is I've wanted the game to remember the difference between furniture and walls and floors for last selected material. A dungeon for the dragon? But then we need a dungeon master of sorts. That would be very difficult, because then we need to go from getting 3 migrants to killing God. Because that's usually how D&D goes, right? It's like, day 1, meet for the first time in a tavern. Day 2, take over the universe and kill God, right? Like that's how that goes. Make rock door. I want to not use the pink stuff, because the pink stuff is becoming most things. All right. So far, so Dwarf. And then you. What if I just put a kitchen there? Dungeons and Dragons? No, no, no. That's certainly some Satanist propaganda. Trying to think what other, like, nonsense I can say like that about D&D, and I'm kind of blanking. That's all I could come up with. I'm sorry. That's how you get people who think kobolds are cute. It's the next best thing I could come up with. I don't know, chat. Okay, so this right here is an armor smith's guild. Do I owe you that one? Clockwork? Let me know if I do. Regardless, I got you. There we go. Got ourselves some plump helmet roasts. Lovely. Dwarves love them a plump helmet roast. Only the plumpiest helmet roasts. Typing it out is enough for chat to know what you're trying to say. Fair enough. Fair enough. I respect it. I respect the dedication to the bit. Yeah, that'll be fine. Just one more spot to get placed, which is just going to be a boulder. Plop you down in there. And then go up here and place another door. All right, and with that, I think the fort's off to the races. Although, I do need to make some wooden barrels. Wooden barrel. Let's just do tower cap. And let's do 20. Just so that they're all samey. And wooden bin. So I want to see what this new management is like. Can I click and drag these? Man, if only I could click and drag those. Miss you some D&D, it's been too long? Yeah. I'm sure you could look for group on the Discord if you wanted. Well, I mean, it's not like anybody actually reads the lore before they kill the god. Like, it's just, you find a god. Who god? I don't know. God. Okay. God dead. Okay, next quest. Actually this. that down here needs a bridge. Where was... There, that's where thy lignite
30
was.
months have gone past.
Shadow of the Absorption. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive. It's very kind of you. Could I please get a round of beers for the Absorbing Shadow? For keeping that subscription at tier 3, nonetheless. 30 months. Did you see the patch today? It's kind of nuts, actually. A lot of little, very convenient, nice quality of life things that we all forgot we wanted. And, huge teaser for what we're going to get from Magic. Very, very, very exciting little patch, if you do ask me. Not that anybody asked me, but if you wanted to ask me, I would say it was a very exciting patch. And a very exciting teaser for the next patch. And I'll have a video of it up tonight, which is why today's stream will be a little shorter than usual, probably. Little concerned whenever this song plays, because to me it makes me think that there's a monster or something coming to kill me. I don't know why, but it just sounds like that to me. The new workshops look so good. Yeah, but we're not going to get them for a while, hey? I want to know how different those new workshops are actually going to be based on how they look, you know? Like, how meaningful is that going to be in a gameplay sense? A track might be your favorite, Swiper? Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. It's certainly one of the favorites, which is Life of Adventure, right? I think nothing against that original soundtrack. I think I like the Adventure Mode soundtrack just more in general than the initial one. Probably got something to do with, the fact that the artists or the musicians are more well rehearsed at this point, right? Like they're more used to working together and have spent more time working together. And so, like, that familiarity, like, I think leads to more consistent results from their collaboration. Strangely fast at making things now? I don't know what that means, but they get faster as they get more skills. Okay, so you're up there working on that. You're down there working on that. You're making a siltstone door. You're making a rock salt block. Making tower cat bins. Yaks are fighting? The yaks got into fights with yaks? I'm very confused by this. Why would you get into fights with yaks, yaks? More cohesive vision as well. Yeah. Like, the little oopsie with the art. Like, I have a feeling there will be less of that. Now there's been legitimate feedback given. You're curious about the sacrifice one? Yeah, I'm like almost... I'm just curious as to like how much variety there's actually going to be in the requirements for magic, you know? Like if there's a magic that some dwarves can get, which is just like, yeah, you have to kill a baby to use this to craft one of these spells or whatever. It's like, is that a per use or? Like there's directions that it could go. And it's, I think I maintain that like I'm still just more excited about the actual early game Legends stuff than the, you know, like overall other things, I guess. I realize that's kind of an ambiguous statement, but I am more excited at the moment, at the very least, about where the world gen stuff is going to go over the next little bit than I am, I think, about most other things, but that doesn't mean I'm not, you know, excited. Curious to see all sorts of progress. We're about to get hit by an ad in about 30 seconds, so I'll pause the game when the ads start. I'm just going to go in here and assign some doors, amongst other things. I have a feeling it's going to be limited, Kage. But an example is like something can be limited but varied, you know? Like there's a lot of different kinds of were creatures, but because of how they work, they feel like there's a lot of them, even though in reality they're actually quite limited. There's like 20 something. But the number of times a were creature will show up in my fort and someone will be like, I've never seen that before, because like their world just hasn't happened to generate a were possum. Or, I don't know, a were-pangolin. Is there even were-possums? Bobtron, it's good to see you, mate. Enjoy the streaking. But, yeah, I don't know. I think that's got me very excited. You currently have a were-tapir? Fair enough. That's a good one. Tapirs are funny animals. Were Canadians and North of Americans. In most cases. So yeah, I don't know. I think like there's definitely some. Why did the dwarf have brown triangles? It means he's lying down. That's been there for 3 plus something years. They used to just have a little down arrow, but when they lie down, they get a little brown arrow beneath them. It means that they're lying down. Have you never noticed that before, Drosta? And then when they're in midair and this little blue up arrows, it means they're in midair or flying or being flung or thrown or falling. And the little hands means they're climbing. I'm trying to remember exactly when that stuff was added, but it's been in the game for a while. I mean, it was in the game before Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, and then wasn't for a while, and then they finally re-added it, and it was the most I was so happy when they re-added it, because it gives so much clarity. It's maybe not the prettiest thing in the game, but it is exceptionally useful. Okay, so then it possibly, like, right around the time they added it was when you stopped playing, Drosta. Although if you haven't played in like a year or two, oh my god, the game has changed significantly in that time. Although at this point, I know I've been saying this for a little bit, pop back in when Magic releases or when other stuff releases. That was before Adventure Mode dropped? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you've got a ton of stuff to chew on. I kind of forget sometimes how recently, in the grand scheme of things, Adventure Mode made its way to Steam. It really was a development bottleneck for a while. Like, kind of way too long, even. You're already looking forwards to the dinos? I kind of am, but I'm kind of not. Because the dinos are going to release, and then I'm going to be like, cool! That's out! Now I have to generate a new world. And then if they don't release at the same time as the other magic stuff, then I'll be like, fuck, now I have to generate a new world whenever the magic stuff releases. So if the magic stuff is like late fall, I won't mind too much. But if the dino stuff releases in like summer and then like a month later the magic stuff releases, I'm going to be a little annoyed. You didn't know you're getting dinosaurs? All right, so who hasn't seen the video that was posted on the Kit Fox YouTube channel earlier today? Show of hands, yes or no? All right, let's just watch it then. I'll just play it again, because it answers a lot of questions.
Hello, I'm Tarn Adams from Bay 12 Games, co-creator of Dwarf Fortress. Our latest patch is focused on quality of life. We have tooltips that show the products and required materials for tasks now. The military will wear their boots properly. The game now shows the petitions you've accepted that require you to build a temple or guild hall, and we've changed how bins work in the trade screen so it's more intuitive. It's much harder to accidentally delete your squads. Clothing wears down more slowly, and traders will bring more clothing properly sized for your residence, and there's more. Meanwhile, we've also been working on the next major update. Artist Jacob has prepared some hundreds of procedural layers that we can meld together into all sorts of eclectic magical workshops to support the procedurally generated magic systems of our fantasy worlds that you'll be researching in your fortress. Whether the magical research involves alchemy, herbs, raw energy, runes, mechanisms, bones, sacrifice, or just plain old books and scrolls, we have it covered. We've also been working on the thousands of years of magical history leading up to play in the new era mode of world generation, so we can have deeper, older, more magical ruins for your dwarves to dig up and explore.
That I'm excited about.
Speaking of wizards, we're pleased to announce that we're collaborating with Wizards of the Coast to release the Secret Lair Dwarf Fortress drop. I remember going to the Wizards Game Center that was around almost 30 years ago in Seattle when I was studying mathematics. Zach and I would play video games, grab some magic cards, and see what we got for our decks. Now I've worked with the team at Wizards to adapt 5 cards with Dwarf Fortress ASCII art and flavor text. Vampire, Dragon, a Demon, and a Goblin Snatcher, as well as some Dwarves and Cats in a tavern for the communal brewing card. Last, another surprise. So, some of you will remember the animal sponsorship drive that happened way back at the end of the 2000s. It's the main reason Dwarf Fortress has such a large set of real-world animals. Ever since then, there's been the idea floating around to expand our real-world creatures into the past to prehistoric or extinct animals. And we'll be doing just that early this summer. Neo Rice is Good has been working on prehistoric creatures from the Cambrian explosion all the way up to the more recently lost Dodo and Thylacine. And dinosaurs. Lots of dinosaurs. See you then.
And that's Gus. So, when are they adding Lara Croft to the game then, if we're getting dinos? Is anybody else wondering that? Also, I like this duder. A+ on that dude. Hello, Tim Graham. Hello, hello. I really hope that dragon does actually show up, though. We'll have a real dino crisis on our hands. Oh, yeah. This is going to be so fucking cool. I hope so. Also, I'm going to try something. So that embark I did on that rando dragon is over there. I don't know. Mingcot, you got a mission. Oh, by the way, when you go to delete your squads now, one, it's a trash bin. And it says, "Are you sure?" And then you have to confirm. So, 2 thumbs up. We're gonna go explore Dragon Trap. I highly doubt we'll find much of anything. Oh, come on, they won't be mounted on the dinosaurs, but hopefully they're war trainable. Just setting yourself up for disappointing by saying ride. Yeah, it just links that video. I should update that to link to the actual patch notes. But the patch notes are on Steam and on Bay 12. It is a lot of very small, specific things. You know, I know that it's like dinos, Bismuth. That just sounds like a sports team to me. Like straight up, Utah Raptors? Yeah, that's a sports team. There's no way that that's actually like a dinosaur. Also, speaking of not dinosaurs, my dragon trained. So success. So, who's excited for that summer update? What are you the most curious about? Getting all these plump helmet spawns and drinks. Love to see it. 'Tis the season. Oh, another thing that you see now is if you go into here and you hover over it, it says exactly what items it requires, which is new. I think that's very good. I wonder if it says that when you go to build something. No, not there. But if I go to workshop or something and then say cage requires logs, all these just require logs. This like all this requires boulders. Huge for learning for sure. Like it's not something that's huge for me personally, but something that I'm very happy to see. Yeah, I'm curious as to whether or not they will be like an above ground or a below ground thing, but it kind of sounds like they'll just be like mixed in with the pre-existing wildlife, I bet. Electra, but did the idea work to get the dragon? We'll see. Hasn't arrived yet, but it might. We've only gotten one migrant wave though, so we've got time. We might need 20 dwarves for it to show up. Although I am scouting my old fort to see if we find something. I think I'm just going to put a little space back here. And this is going to just be storage, basically, for finished goods. Or maybe more crafting space and finished goods will be further up. Because maybe up here would actually make a bit more sense for finished goods or closer to trading. You can get deconstructed. We don't need you there. Please ask Tarn, not me, because IDK. I know exactly what you know. I kind of would like them to be a cavern thing. I'm kind of on that team, which would then make it possible for the goblins to train them and attack you with them, which would also be fun. Although what I want to know is feathered dinos or Jurassic Park dinos? Dwarf Fortress is getting dinosaurs. which means we'll naturally get Lara Croft next. I don't think we found anything. Found nothing. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Did it have feathers? Okay, I couldn't quite tell on the small sprite, but that's cool. What's the community sentiment on how finicky it is to put together instruments? I don't know. Chat, what's your feeling on instruments? I like that they're fiddly. I feel like every world I've generated in the past few years, real time, has always had one or two instruments that are basically like one part that you can just make. But the bigger ones, I very rarely specialize on them because it's not the way I generally play the game. Like, I kind of don't mess with dying much either. But like, I kind of like them. I don't know. Why? Yes, neutral? You think they're fine? I think they're kind of like a high cost, high reward thing. Like, if you have a economy based fort where you're doing a lot of production, you'll probably just have most of the stuff to make most of them anyway. I think the thing I don't like about them is that they're fiddly as fuck to actually figure out what parts you need. Like, that part I'm not super keen on, but like the fact that that's kind of a thing of the past now. Like, here, we'll go take a look now. I'll get this made. Like, it's just, I didn't like the fact that they were annoying to figure out what parts you actually need to make in order to have them. But if we're working our way through that now, then I'm kind of totally cool with whatever they want to do. I'm just going to make offices up here, I think. Maybe some nicer bedrooms. I don't know why I'm setting all this to priority 1. I shouldn't be doing that, but I am. Yeah, I think that, like, it's just the process of figuring out what parts you actually need for them. Once you figure out what parts you need for them, I think they're fine. And I think that the tooltips is a huge step in that direction. Have you never played a Tomb Raider game, Majestic? Majestic is just asking, did Lara Croft fight dinosaurs? Literally, Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 is like all mechanical and actual dinosaurs. Shooting them with dual-wielding fucking desert eagles. Just bap, 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 bap. It's literally like the main antagonist enemy thingy that you fight in Tomb Raider. It's goddamn dinosaurs. I like that, but if you make them glass, you're forced to make them in green glass? That's not true. What? Is that, like, for real? Because, like, I've made clear glass instruments before. Yes, and triangle boobs. Well, that was the draw, but the enemy is the dino. Dino is the enemy, and titty is the reason to play the game. I think. Make instrument piece. So, oh, that's kind of neat. So those all require boulders, but like if I go back to make instrument, needs a blowpipe, a wind chest, and a pipe. A ram uses a drum, a head, and hammers. So if I go to drum, what if I just make one of each of these? Because there's 3 pieces in there. Oh, I can just make shadims out of just a boulder. So there's one other piece that it requires. But I can just make one of those. So that's the frame, that. What's the other one? Frame. That's strings. No, it's the body. Don't know what type of shop that's made at. So it's still not totally straightforward. It's easier, but that's because you're somewhere where you don't really have winter. You just have like the rainy season and the not rainy season. Basically, that means you've settled in like a very, very hot place that has like a humid season. You have to settle close to the equator usually for that to happen. But yes, that is normal. You couldn't figure out the materials. I mean, sometimes like they require like ceramics and stuff that can be kind of a pain. Sounds like you're just in a warm world anyway. Makes sense. But yeah, it sounds like you just settled in a pretty warm region. I mean, it's snowy here, so I did not settle in a warm region. Let's actually just do that. Priority number 4. Let's make more beds.
Crypt beer.
Bert, thanks for the 11th month. Chuck, can I get a round of beers for Bert? Welcome back, dude. Thanks a lot for keeping that subscription alive for 11 months. So we're now up to early spring. I have a feeling summer, either spring or summer is when we'll get the next migrant wave. So either sometime this month or next month is when we will get the next migrant wave. So we got the strings, that, and that. Now the question is, what part do I need for the last instrument? Very well could be like a glassmaker's shop. It's a cloth-stringed instrument with a wooden frame. A wooden frame. Oh, it's a ceramic body. Yeah, I might not be able to make it then, because I don't have a ceramic body, or I don't have the ability to get ceramics that I'm aware of. Oh well. Unless we find ceramics, but at least for the moment, that is out of reach. Babcue's map. I mean, we've got a trained dragon already. Now we're just simply waiting on the other dragon that I trained on a different map at the other end of the world to arrive. Fingers crossed. And we'll see. I keep on hitting this instead of hitting what I intend to hit. Okay, so let's just go right here and just go finished goods. Yeah, we'll just put all finished goods there for right now. I just want to see what they end up feeling like in the stockpile a little later down the line. And you, barrels. Put empty pots and barrels in there as well. So those should be placed where I need them. In the YouTube chat, it's in the description. The patch notice, which is just a video link, which is the video that Tarn released. So if you're looking for that, I recommend going to that link in the description. Anyone ever make a bunch of rock crowns to export and then wonder who would wear these? I used to make, like, all of my early game trading used to be almost exclusively menacing metal spikes. Sylvite, ooh, that's a fun color. We have the tomato rock chat. Clay is pretty easy to import, actually. It's one of those things that they kind of import a ton of, regardless of if you actually wanted it. But yeah. So chat, I know it's pretty early, but I probably have about 2 hours of editing I need to do today because I have a project that I'm just finishing up with my editor that I would like to get out for Friday, and I would like to get a news video out tomorrow. So I think we're actually going to wind down pretty early today. Does anybody want to redeem a dwarf and grab one? Because they are available if you'd like to name one. I'd snipe it now if you have the opportunity. Your default early game trade ends up being mechanisms? Yeah, it makes sense. That makes sense. Anybody? Oh, there we go. Happiest beardless dwarf. I would give you literally the happiest dwarf, but they've already been taken. So I will give you the second happiest beardless dwarf. Who is Lantern Calls, Elfie. Have you had beans in this world before? Because we could be like Beanie, Elfie. I don't know. If you go to Legends, you could check. Basically, it just makes it easier for you to search for them. But we'll just go with Elfie Bean for the minute. She is sloppy with her living space and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Mood. She rarely looks on others with lust and has a strong need to pay back any favor done for her. She is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She often acts with compassion, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and doesn't focus on material goods. She's somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this, and she values friendship. She rarely speaks when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. The weather's pretty dumb outside right now. That's how I feel. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of mastering a craftwork someday. She likes mica, steel, and emerald, and giant raven leather. Oh, I just like giant ravens. Giant brown recluse spider silk, crutches, crabs for their sideways walk, and the sound of the lavender drum. And when possible, prefers to consume purple amaranth beer and fonio flower, and absolutely hates cave spiders. I'll give Abrex a dwarf because they asked first as well. You worship Azashidim, who I think is the god of like gems and wealth and stuff. And I don't know. Abrax seems like the glassy maker. Abrax is unable to make decisions without great deal of input from others, is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. He prefers to be alone and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. He is inattentive to detail in his own work and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He could be considered rude and is quick to anger, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He tends to hang on to grievances and tends to be passive in discussions. He often acts with compassion, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He personally believes that mastery of skill is one of the highest pursuits, and thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, respects the law, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of creating a great work of art. And likes microcline and bismuth, as well as bronze, yellow diamond, clouds, short swords, scepters, and the words of the teacher of meandering, and the sound of the savior of kindness, and when possible prefers to consume soul, barley wine, and absolutely hates worms. And that's everything for that dwarf. All right, folks. I realize an ad is about to run, so now ain't the greatest timing. But we're going to quit. Not a bad start, I think. I mean, technically we started 2 forts. We abandoned one of them and are now in the second one. And hopefully my theory of dragon arrival is accurate. Fingers crossed. So we can only hope. YouTube, folks, I'm going to shut you down first, though. So if you are lurking in the YouTube side and would like to raid somebody here on Twitch, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow at normal time. We'll be playing more dwarfs. We'll be continuing this fort. And we will be trying to make a really cool tavern to see if we can get some international visitors. I'm just waiting until the population goes up a little bit more. So, thanks for hanging out today, YouTubes. Maybe we'll see you on the flip. How do we do today, Twitch? Did we survive? I'd like a rating if you don't mind. I'd love to know what you thought of today's stream out of 10. Hopefully we do see you tomorrow. I'm just kind of stalling until these ads are done. Let's see who's on. Get a target real quick. I think we're gonna go yell at DJ Empirical.